Hello everybody, welcome to the first round. I'm here with Jacob and Alex. How are we, guys?
I am good, how about you?
Yeah, not too bad. A little bit of a rough start, everybody. We got there. We are ready to go and racing. Are you guys excited?
I am absolutely pumped. I've been waiting a long time for this series to get back up and going. So round one here in Hungary, we are finally back.
And not only that, but we have a tier 3 to stream as well this season. First time in a while we've been able to stream split 3, and here we are with the qualifying.
Yeah, it's looking good so far. Currently at the top in the pits. The 1:16.8 there, so pretty good lap, I'd say, from them.
Yeah, a 1:16.8 is quite quick for split 3. Wouldn't be surprised that goes just a little bit quicker. But yeah, you'll probably be seeing about half-tenth increments in the pole position time between each tier, so it should be a 16.5 here, then it's 16 flat for tier 2 and 16.5, maybe 15.5, 15.4 for tier 1.
Is that the time we can expect from you, Alex, in tier 1?
We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I'm mainly focusing more on the races. We're seeing Alpha and Mayo around, and we also have that's Jacob Sevilla, who is out.
Oh, that is unfortunate. Out of quali already. Down there in P12 currently. He will not be improving on his time anymore. We do have a stacked 3 tiers coming here for you tonight. There's a lot of quick guys in each tier.
Also, just like to mention, Mike, that your stream to Discord is rather low quality at the moment.
Low quality?
Yes, as in I can barely see anything.
Yes, Aston Martin on pole at the moment with a 16.8. Only 2 drivers into the 16 so far, as the majority of them are in the pits at the moment. Jesse McLean's got the softs on his car. That is a surprise. That man hates those tyres from last season.
Something that is different between this season and last is that the tyres that you start on do not have to be your qualifying tyres. You have a free choice of tyres no matter where you are starting on the grid. So expect to see a lot of mediums and hards around the race, and the softs exclusively in qualifying.
I think that's going to be absolutely great strategy-wise, because I think we'll get a lot of broken strategies throughout the field. A lot of guys running different tyres off the start, and that should make it really exciting towards the end.
Should do as we jump on board with Keelan Driver, currently P4 with a 17.1. But yes, Franco is right. You can only pick the softs in qualifying now because there is no point picking any other tyre. But going through sector 1, there is a slight improvement, 0.2 of a second in the first sector. So Donny Sedillo goes to the top 16.7. Nice and quick from the Ferrari driver, who was in split 2 last year, I'd like to say. Oh,
split 2 last year, I do believe.
Oh, last season. It's middle of the year.
JC will be back on comms for tier 2 and tier 1. He is in chat, so he is watching.
Sorry, JC.
Would we be able to just bring up the track map as well quickly?
Yeah, I realised that went off, but I didn't want to do this because there isn't a hotkey for it. So give me a sec.
Most of these guys are getting ready to jump out now for their second run.
Press F1.
Thank you, GC.
Go now, we can see where there's any problems on the track. At the moment, it's a very nice time there from Donny Sedil as we see some drivers move up. I think that was Zach Graham who was last without a time set, moves up into P4, about 2.5 tenths off of the fastest time set so far by Donny.
Only 1 second gap from P1 all the way down to P12 at the moment, so nice and bunched field.
His drivers will have quite the task to contend with though once it comes to the race, because those tyres will definitely be heating up very, very quickly. And one of the things within the new patch that drivers have had to get used to is the tyre pressures having a more profound effect on the tyre temperature, and in turn more emphasis on how you handle acceleration out of corners with the tyre grip.
It's going to be interesting when you're on the hard tyres. If they start to overheat, you're not going to have much grip at all.
Well, actually, the hards are probably the best tyre in the game now. It'll be news for Jesse McLean that he'll be very wrapped in.
Is Aston Martin on a lap? I think he looks like he's on a lap. 0.05 down on pole at the moment.
So Daffa goes to the top on a 16.5. A nice quick time for Daffa. That should be pretty well set for a front few places. Probably a top 3 guaranteed from that one, I'd say. Of course, trying to emulate the heroics of George Russell in the real life F1 last night, taking pole position from the 2 Ferraris. Currently it is.
What? That was unexpected.
That was very unexpected. And I mean, at the moment, it's currently a Mercedes for a Ferrari, so Tier 3 can be realistic, although Raditya Kaswaro is looking to dive in on that. Currently 4 tenths up on their fastest split through to Sector 2. They come through final corner, shifts it down to 4, keeps it in 4th going around the corner. Slight short shift up to 5th and goes to P2 just behind Daffa with us by 0.07 of a second.
What a lap. That was an incredible lap there.
That looked a bit wide there from Keelan Dryberg as he comes back into the pits now. So we go to the Red Bull of Joe Williams, who is looking pretty quick in that middle sector. Around the final corner now, what can Joe Williams do? As he comes to the line, he is a 16.8, so a slight improvement up into P5.
We've got just over 5 minutes to go, so all of these guys will have one more shot with a fresh set of tyres.
There's always opportunities for improvement with the track evolution and the fresh tyres available to you. But yeah, things are definitely looking interesting so far. And I mean, Tier 3 is looking very quick as well.
Yeah, I was not expecting these times from Tier 3. They've impressed straight up.
Yeah.
16.5. Are we going to see quicker than that?
There's probably a chance with the with later times coming in right at the end, but we will see. This does put into question how quick some of the other splits are going to be. Of course, in a lot of these splits, we have some very experienced and quick drivers.
Will we see a 14 in Tier 1? Has anyone done a 14 round here yet?
In time trial, we've seen maybe 1 or 2 14s appear.
Okay.
I'd definitely be keeping an eye on the Aston Martin duo of Zachary Smith, who is returning this season, and Jaden Kia. So keep an eye on those Aston Martins in Tier 1s, but at the moment we're looking at the Aston Martin P4. That is Aslan Lizani, I'm pretty sure that is. Like Aslan was just about to start a lap, but we're currently on board with Donny. We move now to see what Aslan can do on his lap, flying down into the first corner. Using all the DRS down into second gear as Donny goes to the top 16-2. Wow! That is rapid.
Cedillo said, stuff you to everybody else. Catch me if you can.
Diabolos cannot believe this. Aslan not quite improving in that first sector, but still going off the lap. Takes a lot of curb into those chicanes. You've got to be really careful on them. No, he's backed out of the lap. But this is your current provisional pole man, Donny Cedillo, doing a very nice job getting a 16-2. That is mighty, mighty quick. And here we go of Daffo, who's just finished his out lap going into turn 1. This is the driver to look out for.
Keeps it nice and tight through turn 2 there. Got to make up 3/10. A little bit of traffic in front of him.
Got a little bit of improvement.
1/10.
Yeah, traffic did get out of the way nicely. Now going into this very tricky technical second sector. Got to get it right. Oh, that is 1-4, but loose on the exit, and there's the lap gone. Lap is invalidated.
He has enough time to get around one more shot if he wants it.
Will mean that it'll be a bit compromised with the tyre wear, and we'll need to spend plenty of time cooling down the tyres, but we're back on board for Aditya Kiswara. Flying through the first sector now. What's the split looking like? Slightly up, so... Oh, that's too wide. Nah, there it goes. It's going to be a rush to get to the line for Kiswara.
Go, I'm not sure he'll get around. He might just make it.
Got to be careful of his tyres though. Doesn't want them to be too hot, otherwise they're just going to melt on you at the end of the lap. This has put Donny into a wonderful position.
So Williams in P5, Zach Graham in P6 is on an outlap. And any of these guys improve.
Keelan Dryberg. Wow, look at the margin between Keelan and Daffa. There is nothing in it.
Dead even. Does that just give it to the person that did the lap last?
No. I'd assume it would give it to some other invisible timing. So rather than going to thousands, it will go to 10,000s.
Ah, okay. I was always wondering how they split a dead heat.
Yes, so what is visible is just a fraction of what the actual time is. I'd assume it would go to 10,000s, but Duffer improves, but it's not enough to get pole position.
The checkered flag is out, so these are the last laps we're going to see.
Ethan Cotton will be cotton on or cotton off for this grid. I've seen Ups has backed out.
Not sure anyone else is on the lap at the moment. There's some yellow flags around.
They'll just be for drivers finishing up now. As Zach Graham goes up in the P3 and Raditya Kiswara has gone ahead of Keelan as well. So at the moment, the order is Donny, Daffa, Zach, Raditya, Keelan, Ahmad, Aslan, Mike, Joe, and Ethan. As McLean in P13. Would be looking for something stronger, but will most likely execute the reverse strategy. Dave McNulty, Bender, Mr. Rejoin himself, 1.2 seconds off the pace in P14. And that does it for qualifying. So, some very quick times there as we had Donny Sadiwa on pole with a 1:16.262, followed by Daffa Harritz, then Zach Graham, Raditya Kiswara, Keelan Dryberg, Ahmad Sikri, I'm probably butchered that, Lizani, Denaldi, Williams, Cotton, James, Hugh, McLean, and McNulty, the top 14. But wow, that is some very quick times, and it's quite close between the top 12, a second separating them.
That's what we like to see. Nice and close. JC in chat's hoping for a bit of rain.
So we just look further down. We've got Gray, Barry, Serwick, and Sevilla rounding up the 18 drivers. Now onwards to the race. Will we have sunshine? Will we have rain? Here's what the game says to me. It's sunshine. So we've got a dry race here for Tier 3 in Hungary. What do you sort of think will be the way that drivers go off their strategy here, Jacob?
I think you'll find all the top guys will probably start on mediums. I think one or two, you may have them go to hards. Hards may give you a little bit more strategy towards the end of the race if you can run longer at the start. But
yeah,
I think giving everyone free choice of tyres is going to open up a lot of different strategies this season.
Yes, definitely, especially at tracks that tyres may be a bit more kind to. There could be a lot of different strategies that drivers could go with, where they want to go tracks that on the more aggressive softs, or stick a lot of the mediums or hards. Drivers could go with, or hell, if they even want to just chuck on the more aggressive softs or into slicks with the mediums or hards. Drivers could go with, or hell, if they that won't be happening in this race, as it is bone dry, and the only chance of rain we've got is the fact that it's going to be light overcast. That won't be happening in this race, as it's pretty much no chance dry, and the only chance of rain we've got.
Not a bad weather for round one, I think. The dry, it'll help calm a lot of nerves from these drivers.
Do we have a double audio issue going on?
We did have a double audio. I fixed that. Apologies for that.
All good. Just checking to make sure that's all good with the chat now. Yep, all fixed. Okay, all good. So what are your thoughts on the track?
I hate this track with a passion.
So isn't it wonderful?
I was terrible at it.
Well, isn't it wonderful that we're starting the season here? I mean, at least you don't have to drive it.
No, not driving this season means I don't care what track we race at.
Because I'll say, as a driver, this track can be a bit of a pain, especially with the go-kart-esque design of it. You can have a bit of issue on throttle, especially with this new handling that they've added to the game recently. As we count down to the start of this race, Jacob, would you like to get us underway for this one?
I will take this one gladly. 20 seconds. We just wait for the last drivers to ready up, get themselves ready to go.
I believe we may have a formation lap.
Yes, we do have a formation lap.
We do, yes. There will be a formation lap.
Yes, the formation lap is making its wondrous return in this season, as it actually works as we take a look at who we have in Tier 3. So we've got Mike Donaldi and Raditya Kaswara in the Alfa Romeo. And we've got Ethan Cotton and Gerald Chu in the Alpha Tauris. Following from that, we've got the Alpine of Aaron Gavin and David McNulty. Now, I don't think Aaron Gavin is racing tonight. I'm pretty sure that is where Jacob Sevilla is racing, filling in for Mr. Gavin. In the Aston Martins, we've got Ahmad Sukuri and Aslan Lazani, the two Malaysian drivers. Ferrari, we've got Donny Sadiwa and Bartzuk. Oh!
We have got a car round on the formation.
That was our pole sitter, Donny Sadiwa. Wow. So that's one way of warming up the tyres. But nice pirouette there. But in the Haas, we've got Travis Murdoch and Joel Barry. McLaren, we've got Lockie James and Zach Graham, who is in P3 in this race. Mercedes, we've got Mohamed Risky and Daffa Harritz. I believe Daffa is in P2 for this race. And in Red Bulls, we've got Keelan Dryberg, Joe Williams. And in the Williams, Jesse McLean, Tom Maloney. Now, I think Joe really should have been in the Williams, because that would have worked brilliantly with his last name. But anyways, we're coming to the end of the formation lap now. All the drivers will need to line up in their grid box perfectly. That is a new feature of this game. You need to enter your grid box correctly, or else you will be basically teleported to the rear of your grid box and have to do a fair amount on the start.
Yeah, that was my question. Do you get penalised, or does it just move you back to the rear of your grid box?
It just moves you back to the very rear of your grid box.
You give up a couple of metres on the start, not ideal.
Yeah. As Ethan Cotton's been disqualified. There's been multiple drivers disqualified.
Yeah, Ethan Cotton DQ'd.
I'm gonna say
DQ'd. What is going on?
No, they're back. I'm assuming that was for the grid spots.
Well, we are underway. The lights are green. So a couple of guys obviously didn't get their grid spots right, as Donny Sadewa jumps everybody off the start. Keelan Dryberg all the way up to P2. Starting to fall down a bit now. Suarez up in P2, Dryberg 3, Denolti 4, Gerald Chu into P5.
Yellow flags at the back. There seems to be quite the
Zach
kerfuffle.
Graham in the McLaren looks to have gone round at turn 1.
That's also Sowia Barry and Dapper Harritz from the front of the grid.
So our P2 and I think P5 starters have had a bit of a rough start going into turn 1.
P2 and P3 starters.
Or P3, sorry.
I believe Keelan Dryberg was started from P5.
Looks like most of the guys up the front are on mediums. There is one or two guys further back that have put the hards on to begin with.
Yes, would be nice to see what we've got for the tyres. It's only Zach Graham on the hards.
That's interesting. Everyone else went the medium option.
However, Zach does have a bit of wing damage, but in this game, wing damage is nowhere near as bad as it was on 2021, which is definitely a good thing. So we'll see whether he's able to stay out there.
Nisadeva's jumped out to nearly a second on lap 1. He has taken off as we've got an Aston Martin round there on the last corner.
That is Ahmad Sukri. Oh, that was close.
Nearly wiped out by the Ferrari there.
And just to answer JC's question, with Matt Power's already done. You do have free choice of tyres for the start now for all drivers, as the only tyre you can qualify on now are the softs. So you have free choice of tyre. You don't need to start on your qualifying tyre anymore.
Zach has decided to pit and he's put the mediums on, so obviously that wing damage was a little too much for his liking. Got Lockie James here in P9 currently, pressuring Joe Williams. He's got Jesse McLean behind him. This is the worst part of this track. I could never get Sector 2 right in this game.
It is definitely a handful, though. With the new setups, you've got much more range for your wings, so a lot of drivers will be running max wings, which is no longer 11. Your max is now 50, so you definitely have a bit more turn to work with.
50 seems ridiculous.
Oh man, it gives you a
Mike
lot
did
more
not-
variety.
Pop's fastest lap at 20.2 so far.
And Oldie's looking quick in P4.
We should have DRS this lap, lap 3. DRS zones around here. We've still only got the one down the main straight. No, and just after turn 1, sorry. So 2 DRS zones.
They are the same DRS detection points though, so if you get DRS on the main straight, you will have DRS down towards turn 2.
Yeah, what I love the look of these new cars.
First they looked ugly, but once the teams brought on their own versions of it, they started to become quite nice. Especially considering the fact that you don't have that crappy flat nose that the FOM car has. We do have a nice battle here between Sukri and Soik. Drivers do need to take care of track limits though. This is probably one of the tracks you need to keep an eye on it more than some others.
Got a nice DRS train happening now. Everyone stayed relatively close together. Suarez managed to catch up. He scored about half a second or so on Donny that lap.
Few movement down the field as Dapper looks like he's gotten past David McNulty up into P13 after the incident at the start. Flying through on Jesse McLean, who's picked up a 3-second time penalty for exceeding track limits already. So that is
early.
So that is our first penalty of the season. Zach Graham sets fast lap as that is Aslan Lizani falling down the pack.
Another spin there, another Aston Martin around. That is not ideal.
Yeah, seems to be, not having a good time at the moment. The Aston Martins.
As the top 4 have jumped out to a 3-second gap nearly over P5.
P5 is Gerald Chu, a fan favourite. But we do have quite the battle out front between Donny Sedilla, Raditya Kiswaro, Keelan Dryberg and Mike Dinaldi. They're getting close, but just not quite close enough, although Raditya's looking like he's going to go for a move. No, not quite. Looks like it was getting close.
And he'll surely be using a lot of battery to keep himself in front there, I would imagine. But sooner or later, he's not going to be able to hold off these guys behind him with DRS.
You do need to be very careful of your battery usage at this track because of the high downforce. You're not recovering nearly as much of your ERS, so you've got to be careful with a lot of your battery usage. Probably use it a little bit throughout the lap, but not a whole lot.
Zach Graham's really pushing hard to try and get back onto the back end of this field. He's on 19.6 so far for the fastest lap of the race.
He doesn't want to chew up those tyres too much though, because there is a chance of a safety
Yellow
between
flag,
Lockie
we have another
James.
McLaren around.
That is Lockie James around and down into P14.
I believe he was in P8 or P9.
Yeah, I think it was P8. But very unfortunate there for the McLaren driver, and around he goes again, so those tyres are burning. Gotta be real careful for the next lap or so.
Gonna have Bart coming up on him by the end of this straight.
As
He shoots to the inside.
Bender's coming to the pits.
Oh, and around goes the Ferrari. I don't know if there was any contact there or whether the Ferrari just got on the throttle
just
too
lost
early.
it on his own. Just lost it on his own, unfortunately. So there goes Bart around, and yeah, plenty of drivers are getting caught out by the new tyre model. And maybe just overheating their tyres a bit too much, pushing it a little bit too hard. And yeah, losing traction pretty easily.
So yellow flag in sector 1. The other McLaren.
That is
Zach Graham. Around again. He's going again though.
I wonder if there was a little bit of contact between him and David McNulty because they were right up close on track.
Looks not like had a great round 1 after qualifying in P3.
Looks like there's a battle going between Michael Gray and Dapper Harritz, and further up between Ethan Cotton and Gerald Chew. Although, no, Chew's dropping back. Chew's had an issue.
He's in the pits.
But we've got a nice battle here between Michael Gray and Dapper Harritz. Dapper has a look, but nothing doing there. Michael holds on. Oh, but runs a little bit wide, and that's invited Dapper around the outside. Can Michael dive up the inside? No. Dapper Harritz has P8.
Job done.
Now is looking at the other Williams of Jesse McLean.
He's already got himself that 3-second time penalty. He's going to have to defend hard here. Mercedes is all over the back of him.
Dapper seems to have a lot more pace at the moment than Jesse.
He's down to 27% battery though.
Oh yeah, he's used up a lot of his battery.
A lot of battery.
And he is a bit loose as well. Might just be overheating those tyres a touch, making all these moves. Sweet. David McNulty's out. David McNulty
Oh no, we got a
crashed.
safety car. Our first safety car of the season.
Yeah, it is a full-blown safety car.
So, who is going to dive into the pits? 3 of the 4 front runners are in. And it looks like everybody else is going to take that chance to get off these mediums and onto these hard tyres.
Does the game actually show whether drivers are in the pits anymore?
I don't believe it does anymore. It used to.
Why?
I know Ethan Cotton's just picked up 5 seconds for speeding in pit lane.
Why doesn't it show whether drivers are in the pits anymore?
Cody's is all I can... Well, not even Cody's, EA now is all I can say.
Oh, it's both. It's both.
It's both. I suppose it is both, yes.
But Gerald's still in the position that he was before, so Daniel will not need to worry too much about that.
So the top 2 have not pitted. And Bart in the Ferrari has stayed out as well by the looks of it. Everyone else has taken this opportunity to stop.
Mike had to double stack, but is still in the position he wants to be in. Although, yeah, Keelan and Joel have stayed out, so that is interesting strategy from them. Maybe thinking the hards won't go to the end from here.
It's a shame though. Bender is the first retirement of the season.
Matt Powell saying Bender has fenced it in protest of it not being wet. Oh, and we have a spinner on the safety car. That is Bart Zowiak, who has damage on the front wing. He had damage on the front wing, so something's going on there with Bart. But we continue on under safety car conditions.
He's managed to not DNF, but yeah, as you said, he's probably going to have to pit for a new wing now.
It only looked like it was end plate damage, so it might be okay.
Jesse's lost a couple of spots in that pits. He's actually in the pits again. Jesse's making a second stop. He looks like he's changing his front wing and putting mediums back on.
Are we sure this is Jesse McLean?
It is. He's gone from mediums to mediums.
I thought he'd be on the hards by now.
Yeah, well, it looks like he's just slapped on 7-lap-old mediums, so I don't know if he's pitted for a new front wing and it's taken his hard tyres off and put his old worn mediums back on again. Because he did pit first lap under safety car.
Safety car shouldn't be far away from coming in.
So Jesse forgot to repair his wing on his first stop, so he's had to make a second one to put a new front wing on.
Yeah, and he's had to go back on his old feet. I don't know. Jesse's not having a great race. He's going to go back onto the set of hards he had before. It would be nice if the game actually let you just fix your wing and not the tyres. Not change tyres like you can in real life.
Yeah, you have to change your tyres when you pit, don't you? You don't get that option at all.
Yeah. But that's
So
only in the game, so I don't know what's going on there.
So we're going to do one more lap under safety car. It's going to be waiting for Bart to catch up in the Ferrari, so we will do one more lap and then hopefully go back to green flag after that.
Should do. See what Keelan and Joel can do from the front with those older mediums with Donny, Raditya and Mike, the front runners on the hards now.
Yeah, wait and see how long these mediums can hang on for. I'm interested that maybe they're hoping for a second safety car at some point to have stayed out now.
If there's a second safety car, it would have to happen within the next 10 laps for this to even work out for them. But I can't see this working out for them because the hards probably can go to the end from here with some management of the tyres.
ACT's banging on another safety car. I don't know, they've managed, it's been good racing so far.
Just some typical Codemasters things. We're back in now.
And the safety car is in, but Gazzaro looked like he spun on the restart at the last turn there because he's back down in P17 and quite a long way behind. So that is not an ideal start for the Alfa Romeo there. He was in provisional P2 on the safety car restart.
Now his teammate hurrying Donny Sadiwa, who is our provisional race leader.
Jacob Savic and the Alpines also gone around.
They're right up close to each other now.
So that's it. Mike Donaldi takes over provisional P2, but Keelan Dryberg and Joel Barry, the two drivers left to stop in this race, are going to want to try and get a bit of a gap on the rest of the field.
Got some work to do though, because Donny is right there on Joel, but Joel's dropping back from Keelan.
I can't imagine these mediums are going to have a lot of life in them to pull a gap on these fresh hards.
We'll have to see, but Donny should be going. Yeah, he's got his overtake going. We'll be looking for a move into turn one. Looks up the inside of Barry and gets it done very easily.
Fortunately, it's going from bad to worse for Caswaro. He's round again in the last sector.
I reckon he's just pushing those tyres a little too early. It's Joel up the inside, and they touched.
Joel's around, but it looks like Donny's all right.
Seems everyone's gotten through okay, but yeah, Joel's just
going to drop all the way down the field and still yet to make his pit stop, so that is not ideal for the Haas driver.
Joel just a little too aggressive on the brakes, I reckon. Just tried for a move that probably wasn't on.
Did extremely well not to spin the Ferrari there,
Yes.
but that gives Keelan a 3-second gap at the top.
Now, added insult to wound, Joel's now right at the back.
A lot of drivers seem to be struggling once these rear tyres overheat.
I reckon those on the hards will have less of a problem with it.
Keelan's not pitting yet, he's staying out.
I reckon he has to go as long as he can now. 'Cause I reckon he wouldn't be in the pits until about lap 17.
He's going to look to have those fresher hards towards the end of the race, hopefully. Everyone's been relatively tame so far. We got a nice train happening from about P5 down. P4 maybe.
Yes, we do have the RPM sound bug, but we choose not to acknowledge that because we do not like the RPM sound bug, as it is rather jarring. So we'll just ignore that. Daffy's right up close.
He's looking very quick onto the back of Joe Williams. He's going to want to get some moves done because he's had a rough start, but he's made a good recovery so far.
He would be looking to maybe get back onto the podium by the end of this race, but he's got to get through Joe Williams first.
Someone else, another Aston Martin round, I think.
I think so.
That was Ahmed. Bender unfortunately thought that the fence was a good place to park his car.
Oh, Keelan's out!
Oh, that was a big hit from
Keelan
the
is
lead.
out.
Those mediums obviously said enough was enough.
No, I think he just got a little too much of the curb.
Oh, that is unfortunate.
And that is a second safety car. But wow, that is a big accident for the race leader, Keelan Dryberg, who is now out of this race. We go back on the safety car conditions and we wind down once again.
No, pretty much everyone's pitted now, so you would expect most people to just stay out on these hard tyres.
You'd assume so, but at the moment our order is looking Donny Sadiwa, Mike Donaldi, Ethan Cotton with a 5-second stop go. Then we have Gerald Chu, Joe Williams, that is Jesse McLean. So of course Jesse needs to come in to put on the set of hards that he had on before he had his wing damage again.
Jesse looks like he's going for the pit stop record in this race at the moment. I do believe this is his 3rd stop.
Yes. Something else to note, the pit stops are no longer equal among drivers because you have a new addition to the pit stops that some drivers are unfortunately not able to execute because of issues with the game at the moment. You have control over when your car is turned in, and depending on when you hit the button to turn in, you can either get a very fast pit stop of a low 2 second, or you can get a slow pit stop of a high 3 seconds.
That is a big 1.5 seconds difference if you get it right or wrong.
And that's the thing.
Ouch.
And that's the things, because of some of the equipment that drivers are on, they are unable to find the button that actually does that, because you don't turn your wheel, you press a button to do it, which is dumb. But still,
aren't the guys using, is it SimCube wheels are having issues with it?
Yes, the SimuCube wheels are having trouble because they're custom wheels.
I can't believe you have to do it pressing a button. I can't believe you just can't turn the wheel.
I know, it's dumb.
It seems very odd, as Donny gets very close to the back of the safety car there.
Because yeah, you have yeah, like drivers using controller or your standard Logitech or Thrustmaster or Fanatec don't have as much problem, but yes, you do have a few with issues on some other equipment.
Hopefully this will be the last lap under safety car. Be back to racing after this. We are nearly halfway through Tier 3.
Yes, on the next lap we will be hitting the halfway mark of this race.
Goldberry's just caught up to the back of the field, so this definitely will be the last lap under the safety car. How hard is it to warm up these hard tyres?
Good question. It's well, I mean, once you get the race underway, it's not too bad, but yeah, you do need to be cautious of your tyre temperatures, just making sure that they don't drop too low. So that will be mainly through wheel spin, braking, and all that. So haven't done much of a safety car practice, but I know on the formation lap you can have a few problems warming up tyres.
Are cars ghosted on the formation lap?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
I think. Do not quote me on that.
Safety car in this lap, so we are going green again.
And it'll be okay, so they are not ghosted on the formation lap. Okay, interesting. But we do have Donny from the lead of the race. The safety car is in, and Donny is about to go. Comes around the final corner and should floor it now. Yep, off he goes. And Donny leads us away. Once again, as we already have a spinner, and it's Lockie James, and he's out.
Oh,
Lockie James and Kasparovs are out. So we've had an incident on the safety car restart. Safety cars breed safety cars, maybe?
I don't think it'll come out the lap after, but those guys have obviously struggled with no temperature in their rear tyres, because Kaswaro did that last safety car as well. So that's unfortunate for those two. But there is no safety car.
Well, surprised. Anyways, we continue on.
Mike Donalty's going to put some pressure on Donny here. Just a couple of laps before DRS is activated again.
This will be the battle to the end, although the AlphaTauri Ethan Cotton's right there too, leaving his teammate a bit in the dust, but that won't matter towards the end, as Ethan does have that 5-second time penalty. Well, it will matter though if Ethan's able to get past these drivers, so we'll see where that can take place.
Hey, what, the AlphaTauris in P3, P4 though are having a great race for the constructors, because we've always got to keep that in mind as well. Be interesting to see if these guys can get the hards to the end of the race, especially if some of the guys towards the back have had a few spins on this set of tyres.
Yeah, some of these drivers will need to be careful, as we have a side-by-side between McLean and Sucre, but McLean holds on but runs wide. That is very wide. Still holds position as Aslan's out.
Oh,
Lizani
another
is out.
one.
And that's
That
another
is
safety
a
car.
Number 3.
Well, safety car breeds safety cars. And we're down to 13 runners in this race.
Take another breath.
I'm not going to have any oxygen left after this.
That looked like another driver just losing the rear end on their own, unfortunately.
I wonder if this will add in some interesting strategies from drivers going on to different tyres towards the end of this race if we continue having safety cars at this rate.
Hey, if anyone kept a fresh set of softs from quali to use at the last little bit of the race,
You
if there's
get given
late
a
safety
fresh
car.
set of softs for the start of the race because
Oh,
you
so
can pick,
everyone gets them, do they?
yes, because you
Okay.
can pick because you have a fresh set of fresh sets of tyres to choose from for the race. So you have one set of softs, one set of mediums, and one set of hards from memory.
Tell you what, if there's a safety car at about lap 25, I'd be looking to slap on some softs.
Yeah, you never know.
Hopefully it will only be 1 or 2 laps behind the safety car this time round, and we can get these guys green flag running again. As Donny's fuel tank is currently on red, so he may have to do some fuel saving later on in the race.
Ooh.
So as it stands, I'm not sure he will make it to the end.
Well, if the safety cars, that should help.
If he's on red now, he must have severely underfueled the car at the start of this race, or it's bugged.
Fuel goes red on the safety car now.
Ah, well, there you go. That would explain it.
Why does Cody's keep adding these random ass things, then remove things that are important? I don't know.
So it looks like we're going to have one more lap under the safety car. The safety car's nearly done just as many laps as our leader.
Well, I mean, Bert Mindlander will be the driver of the day at the end of this one.
Everyone's hards are getting fairly up there. Donny loves getting close to that safety car at turn 1. Making me a little nervous.
It's got to be careful not to completely punt into it.
Got some Mike Donalty fans in chat.
Like another one of our fan favourites.
We should be going green at the end of this lap.
You'd think so. Now the real question is, how many more DNFs will we have?
5 from Bender.
Got 2 from Stick Death. Peach has just said yes.
Well, hopefully these guys can hang on to the rears on the restart here. This is where our drivers seem to have had the problems.
Yeah, cold tyres on the restart. Safety car comes in. Nick Randall says 13, all drivers. But safety car has come back in now. We've got Donny Sedilla from Mike Donaldi for this restart. What can Donny do once again? He's going to be very experienced with these safety car restarts from now. Safety car is in and Donny is away. Donny is away around the final corner and Mike has followed.
Looks like everyone's got a run clean.
Keeps it clean, although Donny's a bit wide. There's battle further back between Joe and Dapper, and then there's it insert at the back. That's Zach Graham and Michael Gray.
That's an interesting line from the McLaren there. They've come together.
It's also Bart Serwiak involved in that one, so he's not having a great race.
But they're all still running. He's had a few moments, but he's still in P11. He's still in a chance with points.
Yes. Or are we still running with the point system we've had where everyone can still score points no matter where you are? Or are we back to the F1 points?
That is a question for Deckers to answer, because I am not sure how we're running, and I'm assuming everyone will get points.
Think so. Yep, I think we are running last season's points, so it will be points all the way through, provided you finish the race.
Mike Donaldi's hanging on to the back of Donny here. Ethan Cotton in third. Still has that. It will have that 5-second penalty though till the end of the race, so that's going to hurt him a little bit, I can imagine.
Yeah, look further back and there's a nice battle brewing here between Joe Williams, Stafford Harrett and Jesse McLean. Jesse's got past Dapper, but picked up a 3-second penalty.
That is only the second track limits penalty we've had for this race, so very good from Tier 3. He's been keeping it on the track nicely.
Yeah, that is impressive.
Dapper's going to want to get back up onto the back of Jesse though. DRS should be activated at the end of this lap, I believe.
Should be, provided there is no other safety cars. We've had a battle further back between Bart and Zach, and it looks like Bart's coming on top for the moment. Yes, DRS is enabled, but this will be something to keep an eye on because Zach's got pace. Be looking for something going into turn 1, I'd reckon.
That's not quite going to get close enough.
Wow, he's used a lot of his ERS already.
He's under 20%. Everyone's batteries would have recharged under safety car too, so...
Been really abusing that overtake button.
As the top two have broken away from Ethan Cotton there in P3, he's nearly 1.2 seconds behind now.
If those AlphaTauris want any chance in this race, they've got to work together to hold with Donny and Mike, but Mike is close to Donny, trying to get a battle going there, but still just losing too much time in that second sector.
Well, 11 laps to go at the end of this lap, still plenty of time left.
Zach's trying to go for a move here and drives up the inside. Whoa.
He did well to pull that up there, because for a moment I thought he was going to run straight into the side pod of that Ferrari.
Looked that way, but we'll have to try again now with the aid of DRS. Joe Williams and Jesse McLean are fighting. Looks like Jesse's gotten Joe. Yes, he has indeed. Jesse McLean up ahead of Joe Williams and is now hunting these AlphaTauris ahead.
That Brown wasn't able to get the move done there with the aid of DRS.
Got Michael Gray right
behind
there.
and try it again.
Michael Gray is right there though, so he's got to be careful.
Sector 2 doesn't really offer too many overtaking spots around this track.
It's holding right up close to the back of that Ferrari though.
Top four are starting to spread out a little bit. Mike's lost a few tenths to Donny this lap. Gerald's nearly a second off the back of his teammate, but Jesse McLean's only 2 tenths off the back of Gerald in P4 now. So he's really going to put the pressure on him down the main straight.
This is going to be a three-way battle going into turn 1. Zach just gets a little loose going out of there, but around the final corner they go. And it's going to be a three-way battle going into turn 1. Wouldn't be surprised if we see
a great exit out of that last corner there.
Craig trying around the outside. Can't do it, but can he get it on the exit? Oh, he's trying everything. No, has to back out of it.
Very clean by those guys around turn 1 there. See what, they're sticking the nose in, but no one's able to get a move done so far.
Not at the moment, no.
Duffer Harris is right on the back of Joe Williams.
This battle has been brewing all race long.
A good train from about P4 down.
Are all looking to get past Gerald Drew and have a chance at the podium.
Duffer's used a lot of battery too though. He's down into 27%. Jesse looks like he's run really... Whoa, and that's Jesse around!
Oh,
and it looks like he's taken Gerald Chu with him.
Oh,
Those guys have made contact at the last corner there.
gotta be careful with this rejoin.
No
Continue on.
DNFs, but look like Jesse
Look
run
further back.
wide.
Look at this battle. As Zach's been able to get Bart. Can Michael do the same? Up the inside. Looks likely.
Great move up the inside there. He got that done.
Still side by side. But look. Oh, yeah, he's got it now.
Got Gerald Chu right behind him as well. That is unfortunate. Gerald and Jesse were P4, P5. Looks like Jesse just wasn't able to pull it up at the hairpin.
Not quite.
So that gives Ethan Cotton a little bit of breathing room. He's 2.5 seconds off P2, he's 5 seconds clear of P4. So he's all on his own at the moment now. But Duffer is still all over the back of Joe. He's going to look to have a look here.
Ethan does need to increase the gap to Joe though, otherwise he is not going to hold on to that podium position.
Duffer's going to have a look here at Joe. He's going to have to go the long way around. Joe's going to defend hard.
He does.
Always goes for the switchback though. Gets some drive out of turn 1. Joe's going to have the inside for turn 2 here. Great driving by these two. He does hang it around the outside. Oh, they've done well not to make contact there.
This is very Alonso Hamilton-esque.
They're still there. Joe's not going to give the position.
And Duffer's got to run off track.
He has to run extremely wide there. I don't know if he had that position or not.
I reckon there might be a little bit of talking about that because
he looked to have gained that position off track. They did well to go side by side all the way through. It can't go side by side through there, so unfortunately Duffer took a very wide line. So we have a yellow flag. Who is around?
looks to be towards the back.
It's Jesse McLean.
No. Jesse's had a few issues recently and
Going from bad to worse for him now.
still there in P11 though, so can definitely make up time on that.
But Donnie and Mike are still going at it here. Mike Donalty can't get close enough to make a move. But he's not letting him get away.
Trying everything is Mike Donaldi to get past the Ferrari. The
Getting low on battery.
gap staying right around the same.
Ethan has gone out to 5 seconds over Daffer, so he'll be looking to maintain that 5-second gap to help negate that penalty that he's got.
He's got a lot to do in order to succeed with that though.
Yeah, still a long way to go. 6 laps left, 6, 7 laps.
Daff is very quick, so he won't be giving up the fight too easily. So we have some bottoming out there from the Ferrari. Must be running rather low ride height.
These two have been very clean all race. It's been a great race for them so far.
Yeah, kept very clean as we have a battle brewing here between Michael Gray and Zach Graham. Michael's just trying to look, but can't get anything done at the moment.
This for P9, P10. Jesse McLean's nearly onto the back of that. Gerald Chu sets the fastest lap of the race on some soft tyres.
So just trying to get as much as he possibly can out of this race.
Yeah, no one will beat that unless someone else slaps some softs on.
I don't think anyone will be beating that nonetheless. We continue.
This battle down here for P9, P10's heating up. Michael seems to be able to get very close through Sector 1, but loses a little bit in Sector 2.
And just can't quite gain enough back through Sector 3, which allows Zach just to continue on. But the DRS is what's strong as we see Joe and Ahmed battle it out. So this is for P5.
Joe makes a very nice move there into Turn 1. Gets the job done.
Looks like it was defending, not attacking. So
yeah.
Michael's been able to get past Zach.
And Jesse's now onto the back of that group as well. It's a three-way battle for P9.
Jesse does have that 3-second time penalty though. But we're approaching the closing stages of this race with 5 laps to go. Can anything change at the front?
I think Donny's got it pretty under control at the moment. I'd hate to throw a curse out there on him, but he's had control of this race from the start.
He's driven very well, has Donny. The only blip he's had was the spin on the formation lap.
You know, he was just getting some heat in those tyres. He knew what he was doing.
Yeah. Of course.
But Mike Donalty there in P2 has not let him get away at all. He's managed to stay with him through the course of the race. Daffer is catching Ethan. He's managed to pull nearly 2 seconds out of that time.
That will be enough to get on the podium, but here comes Jesse McLean. Running rather low on battery, but around the outside. Just got to leave a bit more room than that, but still fair play.
He's looking for the switchback here.
Not going to get it there, but going to try for a run down into turn. You're not going to get anything done here. So Zach holds on for now.
I'd hate to be looking in the mirrors if I was that McLaren driver, seeing that Williams just all over the back of you. Be very unsettling.
Oh!
Jesse's... I think Zach was already on the way around there. Jesse's just giving him a little bit of a helping hand.
Yeah. Unfortunate there for Zach. And that Williams got a bit too close to the rear end, to the mirrors of the McLaren, and around goes Zach, so...
It's unfortunate for Zach after starting in P3.
Yes, as we see Ahmed again trying to... Oh!
It was very aggressive to the inside there.
Was trying to go on around the outside, but just wasn't able to get it done there, but got it done right up the inside. So nice move there from Ahmed, and he's up into P5 in the Aston Martin.
That was a great move to the inside. And Joe hit back in the closing laps. 3 laps to go after this one.
The battle up front is heating up, although Mike's made a bit of a mistake and is now a second off of Donny.
He's going to struggle to hang on to the back of Donny, I think, if he doesn't have that DRS to help him.
Oh, he's gaining a lot in this sector though, so might just have enough to get the DRS. Yes, there is still DRS, so just got into DRS detection. Very lucky there for Mike Dinaldi.
Although he's got a 5-second gap back to P3, so just got to keep it clean these next 3 laps.
Yeah, provided he keeps it clean, should be all good for these two.
Joe Williams wants his P5 back.
Trying everything.
Very wide through turn 2 there. Right, well done on tier 3 tonight penalty wise. Only 2 track limit penalties so far.
Been
These
very
guys
clean.
have set the standard for the rest of the evening.
Yeah, tier 3 being very clean so far.
This looks like it's probably the closest battle on track at the moment.
We'll stick with it for now. Joe is right there and looking to get that position back. So we're on to the penultimate lap. Cross that off your bingo card.
Well, Mike's going to make Donny work for this. He's not going to let him have the win easy.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of work. It's going to be work cut out for Donny, but at the moment Donny's putting in a very nice drive.
Joe Williams looks like he's just gotten his P5 back on Ahmed. He's made the move into turn 2 there.
Ahmed is right there, so he'll be looking to get it back again on the last lap. Through this very fast S section.
Our leaders are getting ready to start the final lap.
Mike's just dropped back a bit as we have a yellow flag in sector 2. Looks to be Zach Graham again. But Mike does not have the DRS, so Donny has a pretty clean run to the flag now.
One more lap. Daffer Harris has managed to catch up to Ethan Cotton. He looks like he might want that P3 on track and not after penalties.
It's going to be a big ask.
Joe Williams and Ahmed for P5 are still going at it.
Ahmed's going to go around the outside here at turn 2. Joe holds on. Can he hold on going down to turn 4? Oh, Ahmed's going to go around the outside and makes the move.
Oh no,
but
he's
they
lost the
touched.
rear end.
They touched. I think Joe just hit the rear end. Don't rejoin.
Oh my lord. Oh, that is unfortunate for Ahmed. Back down in P9 now. There looked to be a little touch there from Joe on the rear.
Yeah, just the littlest of taps.
But you cannot go side by side through there. It just does not work.
No, but around the final corner now, Donny Sadiwa has a brilliant drive, capped off with the win here in Hungary for Tier 3. Mike Dinaldi comes across the line second. Ethan Cotton will finish on track in third, but Daffer Harris will take the final position on the podium with Ethan's 5-second penalty. Joe ends up in P5, but I'm sure the stewards will look at that instant post-race as Joel Barry comes across the line P6. That's correctly working out for him in the end. Jacob Sevilla in P7, then Jesse McLean, Ahmad Sukri, Michael Gray, and we'll have Bart Serwick, Zach Graham, and Gerald Chu finishing out the finishes, of which there are 13 of them.
Well, that was exciting finish.
Very action-packed.
But well done to Donny. Fantastic round one.
Yeah, well done. He's put together a very nice drive.
And that is that. That is Tier 3 done and dusted. Joel Barry is your driver of the day.
Yes, putting together a very nice drive was Joel, using the alternate strategy to get something out of it. We see the podium now. Donny comes out into the podium. There we have it, our three drivers, Donny Sadiwa, Mike Dinaldi, and Daffa Harritz.
Congratulations to them. Round one. It's always nice to start the season with a podium.
Also nice to start the season with a win for Donny.
Donny was untouchable today there in P1. Pole set up. Mike Donalty P2. Daffa Harris P3. Ethan Cotton P4. Joe P5. Joel P6. Followed by Jacob Savica, Jesse McLean, and Ahmed. Michael Gray takes P10 with Zach Graham P11. Bart Servic P12. Gerald Chu P13. And Azan Lazani P14. First of those DNF'd drivers.
And other DNF drivers were Raditya Kiswara, Lockie James, Keelan Dryberg, and David McNulty.
So great job to Tier 3. Well done, guys. Fantastic round one. Everyone take a breath as we get set for Tier 2.
Indeed. And that will encourage my leave, but I will...
Thank you very much for joining me.
Thank you, it's been an honour, and I will be back in about an hour and a half for Tier 1 for my racing. I'll be driving the Alpine.
Good luck tonight.
Should be an interesting race. Looking forward to it, and I wish you luck for the rest of the stream.
You're a rebel, getting into trouble. You are kinda like a fire, like a fire, like a fire. Unpredictable, so original. You are never backing down, backing down, backing down. That's what I like about you. So dangerous, I get this rush when I'm with you. I go all in to lose or win. Real things up to knock 'em down. It's the way we keep our high, moving like a hurricane. There will come a time for when we can wash away your sins, settle down, but until then, we're like a hurricane. You're so different, kind of ignorant. You don't care what people say, people say, people say. I'm going crazy for you, baby. Don't know how you're making me feel this way. What can I say? That's what I like about you. So dangerous, I get this rush when I'm with you. I go all in to lose or win. Real things up to knock 'em down. It's the way we keep our high, moving like a hurricane. There will come a time for when we can wash away our sins, settle down, but until then, we're like a hurricane.
And Mike's still in here. Mike, you there? You just hanging around with us, eh?
He seems to be gone for the moment,
Might
but
be
it is
just-
great to hear your voice, mate. Welcome back.
Thank you, sir. Good to be back with you in
into
the
the
booth.
control booth.
Absolutely looking forward to this one. Tier 2. Last season was the tier to watch. But if Tier 3 was anything to go by, how much excitement we had in Tier 3 tonight. Tier 2's got a lot of work to do.
Tell you what, the poll times were epic in Tier 3. The racing was fantastic.
Let's get underway. How long's qualifying is? 17 minutes of super hot laps. Hello, loudest Howard. Looking forward to watching you go about it tonight in Tier 1, my friend.
Oh, isn't it great? 3 tiers streamed, hours of amazing racing.
Yeah, tell me about it. It's it is very good to have all the excitement back in the F1 Legends series. We've got that many signs. We've got 5 tiers running at the moment.
5 tiers. That's going to be close to 100 drivers.
To have 3 of those being streamed is really good. Good to be back, stronger than ever. So yeah, looking forward to, as I said, especially Tier 2, but Tier 1 as well. This new tyre model seems to have a lot of people spinning over themselves, and I didn't catch all of Tier 3, but I did come back and I saw that there was 5 or 6 DNFs, so they all just sort of spins and...
Three of them, I believe, lost it on their own, just struggling all after the safety car, struggling to get heat into the hard tyres, and looped it on myself, and unfortunately 2 drivers did come together for a DNF, I do believe. But yeah, 3 out of the 5 just struggling for heat in the tyres on the safety car restarts, which is going to be something that I think a lot of people are going to struggle with this season due to the new tyre model in the game.
So it does take, obviously...
Graham in chat, unlucky, mate. Starting in P3, you didn't have a great race, unfortunately, but hey, it is only round 1, and you have some fantastic pace, mate.
So, it's good to be back, Codemasters, EA Sports. We love you. You know how we've usually got 2 camera angles, yeah? We got the broadcast, which takes us around some. This is a good. It's good Hungary. There's some good spots through the chicane here. A nice little angle there. But then the other one is obviously the onboard. Yeah.
Yeah. How many cameras you got to play with now?
No, it is still just the 2, but this is the onboard.
We see the rear wing.
So
even better.
So, there's some work to do there. I don't know how to fix that. I don't know how to change that. What are we doing?
It seems as though Ethan Small has binned it already, so he is out of quali.
I don't even know where to start to fix that. Goodness me! I want some onboards. Hang on, what if I rotate through some?
16-1 straight up for Nick Randell.
Nick
So
Randell,
we're
nice
nearly
one.
into the 15s already.
Neil Alexander also with a 16.7. I tell you what, here come the 16s.
16, I think 16.2 was the pole time in Tier 3.
If I have no onboard shots all night, I'm going to be very disappointed. No, there's no buttons being accidentally pressed. Goodness me.
So it looks like we have all familiar faces, although we may have a couple of newbies in this split here.
Oh, I'll tell you what else I can see. Down there on the bottom left, I'm being broadcast. I've got to turn that off, because otherwise everyone in the race is going to be hearing me carrying on like a pork chop, so I'll go turn that off. Push to talk on. Let's do that, so then I don't transmit automatically. So that'll make the drivers on track slightly happier, not having to listen to me go off me tap that there's no bloody onboard camera. What is happening?
They're obviously really impressed with the way the rear wing looks in this game, that they just want you to stare at it all the time.
Dun-dun-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum. Not sure there's a lot I can do about it. We might just be stuck with broadcast cameras for the night. I don't know if I can maybe rotate through some different drivers and then just freak the game out a little bit. Yeah, and then we'll go to this one, and then we'll go... No. Not successful. We can't have this. We can't have this. The chase cam's... Not the chase cam, the onboard cam's the best for on-track battling. Oh, I'm glad we're still in quali, so we've got a little time to figure it out, but I'll try and Bear with me, YouTube chat. It's good to be back, but God, no, we should be doing better than this. It's not going to be in graphic settings, is it? I don't know where it would be, to be honest, because I played with this all day and it was working perfectly. I was ready to go. I was going to look all professional, and now I've got enough. Look, there's an onboard, but that's not. Okay, good. Thank you for that. Maybe between sessions it'll reset.
Yeah, maybe.
Unbind look backwards. Who's on track? Let's go chase Brian Tan around a little bit.
Most guys seem to be in pits, getting ready for their second runs.
Looking
At the
forward to
moment, we have Nick Randell with a 16.1 on pole. He's 6/10 clear of Neil Alexander in P2.
Ooh. Parallax might be onto something. Hang on. I'm going to push my brake on my rig. Oh, he's onto something. He's done it. He's fixed it. Peter Papiano, ladies and gentlemen, Captain Parallax with the solution. All right, so I'm not going to sit here and hold the brake pedal on my rig all night, though. So...
Well, maybe you just need to pump up that left calf muscle, mate. Keep
Hang
that
on.
foot on the brake.
What if I just disconnect my rig? Is that going to freak out the game, though? Hang on.
Most likely.
Hang on. Oh, hang on. Wait. I've got something very heavy, and it's leaning. All right, I reckon we're on. Let's go. Oh, yes.
Put a brick on that brake pedal, mate.
No, I've just got the Mrs. handbag, which is, well, I say the Mrs. hand. It's a nappy bag. It's the baby's nappy bag. It's full of bottles and nappies and all sorts of whatnot. It's actually pretty
those
heavy.
Things weigh a ton.
So it's just leaning up against the brake pedal, and it looks like we're all sorted for tonight, at least for now. Although that camera's slightly off center, that's tilting the OCD in me. But hey, let's not shoot this gift horse in the mouth. Let's just take what we've got for now, and we'll roll on into the last 9 minutes of this qualifying session with, yeah, as you said, Nick Randell with a 16.1, currently purple. This man, Brian Tan, I'm looking forward to a big season of him facing the right way. 16.6, currently P2. Nice one. Did you notice in Tier 3 that the rev bug is slightly worse in that low revs, we've still got the same thing. But when you go to higher revs, it sounds like they're... Actually, I haven't...
It sounds alright up in the high rev range, but when they're in the lower gears, it's definitely still there.
Okay, yeah, low rev's still bad. I've been playing around with spectator mode during the Octane Online Racing practice session, and it has been screaming in high revs. So you had the normal low rev chug, and then they had, and anytime I went into higher revs, it was like they were forgetting to change gears. But it looks like it's much better here, so that might have been something that's, look, again, not willing to... Let's just go with it. Let's go with it.
McLeod's jumped himself up into P2. Frank Frankfurt's jumped himself up into P5. Two McLaren drivers, Neil and Franco. P4 and P5 at the moment.
Yeah, nice from the McLaren team. What a
They're
pairing
looking to
that
give
is.
McLaren people something to cheer about this year, because the real life F1 has not been that fantastic.
Oh, what's happening with Dale
Dale
Beveridge?
Beveridge, 5-place grid penalty for a collision.
With this man, Bevis.
So that's unfortunate for qualifying.
So I don't know if that's Bevis who has gone past Dale Beveridge. Dale on his way into the pits. Bevis completing his lap with a 16.9. So I don't know whether both of them got the 5-place grid penalty, but if that is just for Dale, that's not a bad thing for Bevis, I guess. He'll still want to improve on that lap. They're not bugs, they're features.
No one's coming close to Nick Randell. Robert Wenzel's just jumped up in there in P2 with a 16.5. That's still 4/10.
Risky Ranger. How about this name? Risky Ranger. I absolutely love this name. I saw this guy's registration. I was like, that can't be a real name. That's amazing. The Risky Ranger. Tom Maloney, where are you? That's amazing. But no, you're not wrong. No one within 4/10 of Nick Randell. Just sitting pretty in the pit lane. Momo having a crack. Bloke finds himself in a P2.
They're getting closer. The times are coming down. Can we see a 15?
See how Bodie Mick goes here. Last season's Tier 3 champion moving up into Tier 2. Not able to improve on that lap unless it was an outlap. I think it might have been an outlap. So down to turn 1 he comes. But yeah, last season's Tier 3 champion is the teammate of last season's Tier 3 runner-up. So Corbin Hanna and Bodie Mick pairing together in the Mercedes. Those boys both stepping up from Tier 3 last season, joining us here in Tier 2. Looking forward to seeing how they go. That'll be one to watch.
We have an Alfa Romeo around somewhere here in Sector 2, it looks like.
Yeah, I hope he's not smack bang in the middle of the chicane here. It looks like he's parked off track there, and he's got his moving again. So Bodie not obstructed. Pretty tidy lap so far from Bodie, hitting all the apexes, looking nice and tidy. Currently with a 17.0, they want to improve. Let's see what happens as he comes through. He's 3/10 up, which will plonk him in the top 10 if he can get this last sector right.
Should put him up there around the two McLaren drivers. P8,
Oh, that's
P9.
not it.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Unlucky Bodie. Sad.
Too much right foot there.
Mercedes noises. So Bodie will have a little bit of time to recover, hopefully sneak into the pits and get one more lap out. With that yellow flag in Sector 3, can't see how much there is. 5 minutes and 30 to go, so he will have time for one more. Aaron Heather is another man I would love to see do very well this season. Berg just coming into the pits now is another one who struggles to face forward at the best of times. Him and Brian Tan, they are the two I'll be keeping my close eye on. I want them to have very good seasons. Speaking of Brian Tan, how's he going? He's purple in the first sector. He's a 10th up. That's nice.
Hopefully you can hold it together through the chicane.
I've just now decided that I actually don't mind the camera being offset to the right there a little bit, because it means the timing board isn't like covering the car, which is pretty cool. I don't mind it. I'm okay with it. Good job, Codemasters. Got to give them plus when they do things right. 10th and a half up, Brian Tan. Into the final sector. A little bit of traffic here. The Alfa Romeo doing nicely to get out the way there.
Yeah, good lap.
Absolutely chucked it into the final corner, did Brian. And improves up to P2.
16.3.
Nice, he
What a
found
lap.
2/10 in that final sector.
Those Ferrari drivers are looking quick.
Current pole sitter though. Not sure if this is an out lap or if he's on a hot lap. We'll see how he goes.
So it's his out lap.
It's an in lap.
In lap. We were both wrong.
Still time for him to improve if he gets in there quick like. Oh, looked like he came up with a pit line pretty quick.
Franco's jumped himself up to P6. Looks like he's not going to have enough battery to be able to complete this lap. So
Yeah, he's coming in, but no, as you said, good improvement from him. How's Neil going, his
Neil's
McLaren
on the lap.
teammate?
he's 3 seconds down. So better say he'll be boxing this lap. He'll have enough time for maybe one more run.
Nope, doesn't want it, so he does want it one more. Everyone in the 17s except for our man Ocean down here. Ocean? Oh, yeah, I'm going with Ocean. Sticking with Ocean. I'm going with Risky Ranger.
Risky Ranger.
I don't know, they're probably different, but you know, that's what I'm rolling with. Welcome to Tier 2, lads. Good to have you on board.
A few new faces in here tonight. It's great to see, as you said before, 5 tiers, nearly 100 registrations. Good to see interest in F1 back up there.
Ocean's 16 years old, another youngster. There's a couple of those who have joined us. So yeah, good to see the kids getting in and mixing it with the big fellas. Ocean's in the 19.
Also joined us in the comms box. Are you there, mate?
No way. Is he here?
I'm here.
He's
Hello.
here.
He is here.
Ladies
Welcome.
and gentlemen, Justin Tate. Welcome, sir. How fare thee?
Very, very well. I got a little caught up at pre-appointment, but I made it. It was also wet, so I didn't want to rush home too quickly. But again, to my office. But yeah, I'm very, very excited to get casting again. I really enjoy watching watching people drive fast and race wheel to wheel. That's what I'm always for. I'm like qualifying year, whatever, but give me that good racing. That's what I want to see.
Awesome. I'm just going to turn you up a slight little nudge because I want to hear your sensual
no
voice a little bit more. Perfect. Good. It's good to have you on board, man. Good stuff.
We've got just over 1 minute left of quali.
I'll tell you what else we also have is 3 DNFs in the space of 2 seconds. Robert Wenzel, Dale Beveridge and Ethan Small all DNF'd within Justin's sentence. So they're all out. Robert's got a 16.5, so Suma's not too bad. But Dale and Ethan down there, they posted laps though, had they? No, they
I
hadn't.
don't think Dale Beveridge got that 5-second grid place penalty, so I don't think he bothered posting a lap.
Wow, fair enough. Well, not fair enough. No, have a crack at it, though. He could have been 2 down to 7.
He may have just invalidated his lap Twitter. Don't know.
Anyway, here's what it is for him. Ocean's down to 30% battery here. He's had a couple of stabs at a hot lap, but I reckon his last one wasn't any good, so he pulled out of it, tried to save some battery. Now he's going to try and make a hot lap work here with only 20% battery left, having just gone through the first sector. It's going to be tough to extract pace with no battery, but we'll see how he goes. I'm going to hang around here with him for a little bit.
Seconds to go, so a few cars are going to get one more lap in.
It's nice and close. It's very, 1 second covers the whole field apart from that. I'm enjoying that. That's really cool.
Oh, these guys are always extremely close in Tier 2.
Yeah, Tier 2 definitely the closest tier. Tier 1 very close as well, though. And as you spotted, usually no more than a second between top and bottom, which is just extremely close. Ocean, how does he go? Does he improve? He doesn't. See, he'll start from the back. Well, basically the back. Nick Rendell with a 16.1.
Second flag is out, so can anyone catch him? Andre McLeod jumps himself into P2 with a 16.3.
Nick's 2/10 up as well, so he's going to try and get a 15 on the board here if he can keep it together in the last sector. We'll see how he rolls around in these last couple of corners. He's got a really tidy line.
5-place grid penalty.
Oh, that's not it, Nick.
So Bodie has come together with Franco. Looks like those two have taken each other out in quali, and Bodie's been given a 5-place grid penalty. That looked to have ruined Franco's last flyer.
Is that Aaron Heather's popped in second? Is that right?
Aaron Heather has popped in second with a 16.2.
Nice bird.
Mullick aboarded his final lap. He's down there in P12.
Oh, wow. So Momo improved. Andre improved. Now Brian's just plonked himself into P4. Look how close it is between 1 and 5. Wowee. Let's go.
I believe this game has track evolution, doesn't it?
Yes, it
It
does.
does.
So
it does.
they've all crept up a lot closer to Nick, who
Chris Wenger goes P7 and Curtis P6. Oh, that's
Where are we going,
that's
Risky?
not the ideal. Not the ideal line in pit lane.
yeah.
So that's
He
it,
should
though.
have crossed the line, would have ended it.
Everyone's finished. Nick Randell, as you said, he was probably on for a 15 there before he just spun in the last corner. But he still manages to hold on to pole with that 16.1 that he posted before the track had even evolved. That was a very early 16.1. Great stuff. Nick Randell, great stuff. Tier 2. Great stuff, chat. Hello, chat. John's around. Paige is around. Those guys have been here since Tier 3, so they're hanging around. Loudest Howard's always in here for Tier 2. He loves it. Looking forward to watching him go about it in Tier 1. Parallax has solved all our bloody camera issues. He should be in here running the show. Owe him a fee for his technical issue resolutions tonight. Where's Jan?
How
Mrs.
are you
Tully.
finding
Sorry, go.
this game spectating wise compared to previous years? Just as this is what our first one into the season is, how's it feel? Does it feel any different, or is it very much the same as previous games for spectators?
Having only done the last season, it feels pretty similar. Still a few little things that I'd like to see improved, but no, it's all right.
Nothing's going to beat ACC, let's be honest. ACC's spectator systems are fabulous.
Yeah, agreed. Nick Randell on pole, Aaron Heather, Momo, Brian Tan, and Andre McLeod are the top 5. All well, someone's going to have to explain this to me again, but all laps done on softs, but now they can choose tyres.
They can choose whatever tyre they wish to start on. So everyone bar one driver in Tier 3 started on mediums. One driver started on hards.
That's an in real life rule that I clearly missed.
Yeah, that sort of caught me by surprise because one day I was like, oh, wait, they don't have to do what they did in their second sector because there was multiple qualifyings and whichever one was tyre set was used in the second qualifying was what you had to start the race on if you were in the top 10. That was the rule. It was almost like a rule that was a bit weird and hard to, you had to always explain to people. So the one that they did in the second one, the tyre they used, their fastest lap, that's the one they had to start on. So if you flat spotted a tyre and had to change a tyre, I believe there was some sort of 3-place penalty or something for that. It was like really, it was really odd, if that makes sense. And they're just like, can't we just make it more simple and say everyone can start on whatever tyre? It was a way of nerfing the best teams because there was a point where the top 10 teams were so far ahead that they're like, let's make them start on old qualifying tyres and let the rest of the grid start on new tyres. That was really the idea and plan there, which it kind of did work, but now we're in a new season with new cars and it's all jumbled up. Let them go at it. Let them all pick the tyre they want to start the race on, and it kind of makes sense, and we're seeing that in the video game. But we get the update halfway through the season, which is the start of the season for us, where they've already been doing it for 6 months now.
So this in real life rule was 6 months ago, which is probably why I don't remember it being recent, because it's not recent.
Yeah, right. It's been happening all this year.
Okay.
So ever since these new cars came out, which we're seeing in this new game, that has been the rule. But again, it was implemented to try and to slow down the front guys from being so much further ahead. Because if you're at 9th and 10th, and the guy behind you's got brand new tyres, or potentially a better strategy with new tyres. Also, sometimes it meant the top teams, because they wanted to start on mediums, would try and qualify on mediums and would slow them down a bit, so it would seem a bit closer too. So there was like that cat and mousey sort of like, well, you could go, oh, I'm a bad team that's 5/10 off the pace or a second off the pace, but if I run soft tyres, I might be able to make it into the top 10 and be 6 places further up the grid than I was if I didn't. So it's kind of removed some of the strategy, because you just go soft in qualifying. But again, there's new cars, new regulations, and it's much more even. So yeah, it pretty much in the F1 game, it became, well, you have to qualify on softs because if you don't, you're going to be starting last. Because
my only concern,
are all
especially
even.
here at Hungary, was that because the soft tyres are so bad here, if you've got the whole top 10 starting on those soft tyres and they only last for 4 or 5 laps before they really drop off pace, then the bottom 10 who get to start on their medium or hard priority, they get a bit of an advantage over those guys who start on soft. So it would have brought the field closer together, at least in terms of strategy. But anyway.
It really did. Yeah, we did see some rounds. Oh, we're starting.
No, we're in the formation lap. We're running formation lap for F1 2022, which is pretty cool.
So we actually had our pole sitter spin in Tier 3 on the formation lap.
Oh, no.
So let's see if everyone can face the right way for the entire lap this time round.
So with our rule sets for OOR, have we discussed that? Is there any particular, is traction, non-traction, partial traction? What's the rules? Is there anything goes?
Medium TC?
Medium TC. I think you can use traction control and ABS, but no pit assists or anything like that is usually the go.
You have to slow the car down yourself, so you don't end up with that full bore into the pits and it stops you on the spot. Yeah.
But new feature in this game is you are actually in control of when your car turns into your pit box as well.
Yes.
So if you turn it in at the correct time, you will get a very quick pit stop. If you turn it in at the incorrect time, you will get a pit stop of about 1.5 seconds slower than the quick ones. So it does pay to practice your pit stops.
I am all for that, like adding in a bit of extra interaction, a bit of a skill cap. That's pretty cool. And the lining up on the grid box too is now manual, so you got to point yourself in the grid box and get that right.
If you get your grid box wrong, it will revert you back to the rear of your grid box, I believe, which will give up about 1 meter or so off your starting position.
Wow. Okay.
But if you are running a custom wheel at the moment, you cannot seem to bind a button to turn into your pit box. So, unfortunately, you get stuck with the slower pit
Oh,
stop.
is it a button? I thought you just turned the wheel.
No, it has to be binded to a
Oh,
button.
no wonder.
You
I was.
cannot turn the wheel.
Mine always told me I was too slow every single time. And I'm like, why? I'm turning in early. What do you want from me? It's a button, not the wheel.
So, Momo's missed his pit box, Mullock has, Deckers has.
Wait, DSQ.
No, they're not
So they're
DSQ.
not
So this is them missing
disqualified,
their
it
pit
just
box.
shows it. So they just get reverted to the back of their pit box.
So this
Okay.
will undisqualify them, and then we will get underway with 5, 6, 4, 8, 10 red lights. Now they're all gone, and we're away. Nick Randell will lead us away. This camera angle's not ideal for seeing the start. Nick Randell's had a great start. Aaron Heather has not. He has dropped back and been swamped by Brian Tan and Momo off the line. Nick Randell into turn 1 leads us away. Not a bad start for Ben Curtis. He's in the midfield, manages to avoid collisions, and back in Decker's land. There is sadness. Unlucky Deckers himself, and I reckon Dale Beveridge as well, but Dale got away mostly clean. So the two Williams teammates at the back of the field after the start.
Mullock is the winner here. He's up in the 7th place. Neil Alexander
12.
from T12, 5 positions off the line. Showing his experience here.
Ethan Small, another one to grab a handful of positions off the line up in the P12.
Let's see the tyres, JC. Who's on what? Brian Tan here is on the hards.
Ooh.
Ocean's on the softs.
There's a bit of a mix, though softs not working out for Ocean as he falls down to the back of the field after a bit of an off.
Looks like most people have chosen to go with the mediums, but Brian Tan up the front here on the hards, so he's going to be on a different strategy to everybody else around him.
You know what's interesting? I was thinking about this because I was thinking about racing in the series. I actually think potentially starting on the hards might be the way to go sometimes, because the strat that ends up happening is this game sort of allows 3 or 4 crashes to happen before it does a safety car. So it's more likely to happen later on in the race than at the start. If that makes sense? Where, you know, if you have a big crash in turn 1, the safety car's not going to get called. It's going to have to wait for a few crashes, unless it wipes out half the field. So the chance of getting your pit window more towards the hard tyres more likely than a soft tyre, if you're in a higher tier, that is. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. See if that theory connects.
Our race leader, Nick Randell, is around. So our race leader has had a moment. I don't know whether he's had that on his own or he's had some help, but he is all the way back down to P8 now. So all the work to do now for Nick Randell.
He's done well to recover and keep it going straight, though, so he's all right for now.
I believe that was a turn 5 spin by the looks of it. He probably lost it on the exit over the curb or cut a bit too much of the curb on the inside.
You take too much of the curb through there, either inside or outside, you tend to face the wall. So we've got another round. Looks like the Mercedes.
Odie Mick.
Odie is around as well. But both drivers have managed to keep it off the walls. They're both still running. But Momo, 2.2 seconds clear now.
Yeah, and he's got, in a way, it's helping him out that Brian's running those hard tyres. He's breaking a gap from the rest of the field. Qualified very similar lap times, and now just driving away with that extra speed of those softs for the first few laps. Mediums, sorry.
Look at all these experienced drivers from P1 through to P6 creating a Risky Ranger sandwich. Risky obviously new to the series, and he's got Momo, Brian Tan, Aaron Heather, Ben Curtis and Neil Alexander all around him after their excellent start. So Risky may or may not be feeling the pressure. We don't know much about him, but he's looking pretty sharp here up in P3 so far.
They what? Team Ferrari's looking quick. Tier 3, Tier 2. These Ferrari drivers have got it down packed so far for round 1.
Are we running strict corner cutting or?
Yep.
Yes, always strict.
Okay. We did do one season once where we didn't, and I think like we were told don't abuse it, but it was very hard to get not
To be fair, that was in the mini-series, and there was some abusing of track limits.
There was. That was terrible. Never again.
So strict just keeps it fair for everybody.
Of course.
Tight little battle here. Torterra chasing around Frank Frankfurt, and Franco trying to get past our pole sitter Nick
Yellow
Randell.
flag, who's that? We've got an AlphaTauri around, Kenneth Ang. Looks to be facing the wrong way there. He's going again now.
right. Well,
Nick
nice
Rendell's
to- yeah.
all
this
over
is
Franco here. But
Franco just got
down
past
there.
him into turn 1, so Nick Randell
Yeah,
coming
we'll have a
back
look.
at him now.
They both go deep.
Wow.
Great move by Franco. Got it done.
Torterra still hanging around too. Just watching patiently, waiting for something to evolve here.
Unfortunately, this track is definitely only about a quarter of the track that you can battle on. The rest of it's sort of single file. So that battle really gets intense, and then it backs off for a lap. Everyone sits behind each other again. If we got another round,
Again, unfortunately.
That's what happens once you spin these
So
tyres. Once
these
you
tyres
cook
are heated
these
up,
tyres,
yeah,
they're done.
They are done.
You've
He's-
literally got to
yeah.
go around in 7th gear for like 2 laps just to cool them down.
He's probably best to pit now and just get them off, unfortunately.
Yeah,
because
and he could do that.
Oh,
The hard
look at
tyres
it.
will go 35 laps, let alone the 29 that are left. So he definitely could do that.
he might have some damage too. That's looking really hard to see.
he's had a moment. The Red Bull driver is falling down. He's in the pit. Actually, he's in the pit lane.
Oh,
Neil and
touch there
Curtis
from Neil.
coming together a little bit there. Diabol's defending down the inside into turn 2. Understeering into Neil there a little bit.
Neil's going to get the move done.
Nicely
That was
done.
up into P4. It's been a great first 5 laps.
Another spin.
Oh, Nick Rendell, or is it? It is. Nick
Yeah.
Rendell is around again. So our pole sitter has had 2 spins in the first 5 laps. That's not the way you want to start round 1.
Do you reckon this is an indication as to who's done a lot of hot lap practice and who's done actual full fuel
100%.
race pace practice? Because that's what
Where
it's all
tyres
about.
overheat.
They're
And
totally
Yep.
different cars.
Exactly, and I've found too in this game, in the little bit that I've played of it, that you set up car for hot lap, and you just have to take tire pressure out of it to do race pace. You have to, because if you set up your car with qualifying to do 1 lap, the tires are starting to go up in pressure by the end of it. So you do 3 laps in a row like that, and now your tires are overheated. And this game, when your tires get overheated, is just like ice in comparison.
Yep.
So chat is saying that Diabol's is using VR. He's been waiting for this in this game, so it's good to see him racing in VR.
I spent my tax money on VR for this specific purpose. Not that I'll be racing in the series, but this game would be so much fun in VR. And yeah, as you said, Ben's been waiting for this for 10 years, so he's very pleased.
Mike's having a great showing here. 4th place after starting from P12 or P11. This is unbelievable stuff. 7 places up.
It is his favourite track. Hungaroring is Mull's favourite, and he's done a lot of race practice this week with Franco as well. Those 2 boys have been red hot in the race practice this, so yeah, I'm expecting a good result for both of the McLaren boys.
Right, at the moment, it's Ferrari 1-2. Momo's got a bit of a gap over Brian, but Brian can sort of gap Aaron Heather as well. So Ferrari drivers are sort of on their own at the moment, out front.
Brian's done a really good job to keep that gap down to just 3 seconds. It was definitely only the first couple of laps that he lost most of that gap, and the rest has been pretty close lap time wise, I believe. Done a great job of holding Aaron behind him as well.
Yep, 100% agreed, Peach. It's been in the game for I don't even know how long. It is extremely annoying. I was just talking to Jacob pre-race. There's another bug that has also joined us this season that isn't in this race specifically, so we're very pleased that it's not. But yeah, it is. It's horrible. And you know how long does it take to fix those bugs? Anyway,
Yeah, Aaron Heather's used all of the available battery pretty much already. There's some drivers that are very, very low on battery after only 7 laps.
yeah, Neil's flat out of his too, and it's
Is this a
really
track
tough
where
to
you
get.
can gain it back?
It's really tough to get any battery back on this
You
track.
won't gain most of it back.
It's
unless
all such a
safety
high
car.
downforce, high wing track that's not coming back.
So they're all banking on a safety car to get that battery back up.
Ethan Thorne's still got a lot. 92%. He really has been just saving his. On the hard tyres though, so he'll probably be wanting to use it to push once he gets some clean air when people start to pit. I'm guessing that's when he will want to use it. Or saving it for when he has medium tyres, the fresh set, and everyone's on some relatively old hard at the other end of the race. I'm guessing that's what he wants to do, even though he will use some through the pit lane, regain some through the pit lane. He's just going to float around the higher percentages, so he'll have 100% when he comes out of the pit. As you see him going down to about 80%, and then backing it off again, and he'll regain that few percent through the lap opening.
And Curtis is not letting Mull get away from here. Sticking with him.
Yep, you can see that red flashing light on the back of Neil's car too, so he knows that he's pretty low on battery as well. He's just happy to tuck in the air and stay within DRS range and let Mull tow him all the way through to either the first safety car or the first round of pit stops, whichever comes first.
It'll be interesting to see when these guys do start to pit, if there is no safety car.
I'm noticing a lot of people pulling out. Is
Phrasing.
an issue? Is heat an issue, or is that just
Apparently are hard to keep under control.
okay? So
Apparently once they overheat, they're very, very hard to get pulled down.
okay, yeah, because I'm noticing a lot of people having a little poke up 80. Like we've got a move on here. Then just on Robert, and they go nice amount of room there,
But Wentz is going to try. He's going to try and hold on here.
but
Not
no
going
doubt.
to be able to.
As we've had someone out the front, or is that Mick again? Yeah, that's Mick's had another spin and the
Bodie's had a moment.
Oh, no.
So he's
Oh, no.
moved off track. He's moved off track to let the leaders pass,
Oh,
and the
no.
game's penalised him.
Bad the worse for Bodie.
So
Oh, no.
He's slowed right down to let all this.
Oh,
lead.
this
It's
is going to be a
it's
track
gonna
cut too if he
DQ him.
follows on with that.
It might DQ him for taking such a big cut.
Oh, he stayed off track.
Yeah,
Interesting. Now, you
he's
can't
doing the right
penalise
thing.
me if I don't
He's-
rejoin the track. Oh,
There
no.
it is. So there's 20 seconds. So that is really unfortunate because he has done the absolute correct thing there by letting all the leaders go past, and the game has penalised him 20 seconds. For
And the
it.
worst part is you can't even like stop and wait, because if you stop, the game will disqualify you for
DQ,
parking.
yeah.
Oh, poor old
So
Bodie's just.
that's really unfortunate because he's done extremely well to get out of the way of the leaders, but he's
Oh,
been
we've had
slapped
someone
with 20
catch him
seconds.
in.
Oh, McLaren, who's that?
Or is that in pit lane? No, he's had
Oh,
a
No,
it
that's
is.
Franco. Franco has had a moment coming around the last corner. Is there front wing left on that car?
No,
There
there's
is.
no
There is
front wing
no.
on that car.
So Franco unfortunately has to do an entire lap without that front wing.
That is the worst.
Bodie's had enough. He's packed it in. He's retired in the pit lane.
Bodie's DNF'd.
What's interesting is that his pit crew is going to send him back out on those soft tyres, and he's going to go all the way around turn one.
And then park it in the exit.
And then park it, yeah.
Game start, yeah.
It's
So
Nick Brendel.
Franco's going to have some trouble getting that car through second two with no front wing on it. He's unfortunately going to lose out quite a lot.
Yeah, literally the worst place on the track Franco could have done that, because, yeah, as you said, he's got to go the whole way around to get to the pit lane. Unlucky Franco. Although they've all just overtaken Risky. Oh no, Risky's been disqualified for going the wrong way.
What is
no,
happening?
It's pretty risky driving the wrong way, and
this
unfortunately it hasn't
guy
worked out for him.
Oh, I don't know what's happened there. Whether he's had a spin and
And proven backwards
he's
a bit.
tried to go backwards to get back onto the track, and see you later.
Oh no.
And Sector 2 is permanently yelling in hard spin.
So that is very unfortunate for the Red Bull driver.
Connor, this is Tier 2? This is Tier 2.
Yeah, Connor's in Tier 1. He's waiting in the next 24 laps. He'll be jumping in Tier 1. Looking forward to seeing him go about it again. Welcome back, Chair. You're still in the chair?
Franco has made it to pits.
Have you got a rig yet? You're still in the chair. If you're still in the chair, that is godlike. That is as based as it gets.
I'm in the chair.
Kitchen chair game.
Until it moves. You try whatever you can to make the chair not move, but it flexes and moves much more than no chair. than a rig, that is.
Oh, he's retired the chair. Oh, it is still chair. All right, good. Good stuff.
Oh, Aaron Heather's going to look to get a move done here. He's probably the closest he's been. Doesn't have a lot of battery though.
How much has Brian got? Brian got stacks of it, so he's just waiting for him to try and make a move. And
He should be able to defend here.
DRS opened it. I don't think he even used much battery down there, to be honest.
Yeah, he just gave it a 10% dump, and which is pretty normal for the biggest straight on the track. Most of the tracks on the calendar, if you've got the biggest straight, you want to do a 5 or 10% dump every time you hit that straight, or else you're just not going to get a decent lap time in. And you can see he's just kept that gap by using that, sort of counteracted the DRS of the car behind.
Quite a lot of gaps forming now. They've got over 5 seconds back to Mulder in P4.
Careful with that kind of language, Jacob. I know we've said this before. We've said gaps are starting to form, and it's just sort of developing into a how you doing race, and then bang, we have fucking 6 yellow safety flags.
I'm
coming
trying to get a third Aston Martin down on track though.
Justin, I don't know how much of last season you saw, but Tier 2 absolutely turned it on week after week. We thought, what can they do to make it better than it was last week? And sure enough, they did. So we've been looking forward to 18 rounds of this, boys. Can you believe that we've got 18 weeks of this in front of us?
Wow. It's going to be fun. I am very excited my casting experience for ORR was the NA series last year, and that was a lot of fun doing the NA boys and girls.
Was that ACC or F1?
F1.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, and it was very enjoyable. Got to wake up nice and early in the morning and do it for them, and it's Malik and myself, and yeah, it's nothing I enjoy more than watching any level racing, but racing where people are giving it their best go and racing side by side, wheel to wheel, and you get to see the strategy and the plans play out. It's always a lot of fun.
Should be able to get some pit stops soon, I can imagine, these medium tyres.
I'm actually want to mention Brian Tan has he's pulled in a little bit to the leader.
Say these mediums are probably starting to have enough. As Ethan Small picks up the first track time penalty. The first 3-second penalty for this evening.
13 laps in. That's a pretty good effort from Tier 2. We like that.
As long as we don't count Nick's 30 seconds of penalties or whatever he got.
No, we can't count those.
And the DSQ for driving the wrong way.
Oh, dear. Poor bastard. Who's that? That's around the corner here. There's an Aston Martin made the wrong way. Oh, that's Aaron Heather, I reckon.
Aaron.
So unfortunately.
Oh, no, he's going. The front of that car did not look happy.
Aaron Heather from P3 has had a moment.
That really didn't look happy.
And now he's got his teammate behind him, who will be asking ever so nicely if he can just jump out the way with that damaged automobile and allow him through. I don't know how much damage he's got though, because his pace looks reasonable for someone who's got damage. Let's have a look at the front of this car and see if it's all in. It looks reasonably
still
okay.
on there.
Might have just been a bit of spin.
Yeah, it's probably just the angle. I don't know. It looked like he'd gone into the wall on the inside from what I saw.
Oh no! Neil's had a spin.
Oh no, Neil.
It's everyone's having a spin. It's going to be whoever doesn't spin tonight.
These medium tyres, there's some pit stops starting soon, I can imagine, because a few of these guys are struggling for some grip at the moment.
Didn't drop too many places. This front sort of 7 cars have really made some nice gaps to the rest of the field. So Neil drops back to P5, and as you said, probably get his pit stop out the way now. A couple more pens coming through. Nick Brandell grabs himself 3 seconds. Hats off to this man, by the way. Corbin, I don't know where he started. I'm just going to have a look. He's made up 6 spots from the start. As I said, coming up from Tier 3 last season, really mixing it with the Tier 2 boys here.
He's an old Alfa Romeo teammate of mine, and he improves dramatically week on week. He puts in a lot of practice, and his pace is a reflection of that.
He's another one who's part of the chair gaming gang. And he's got a beautiful little desk plant that he sits next to his monitor, and it just calms him down, I reckon, and keeps him composed. And it's doing wonders for him for the moment. He's up here in P4.
We've also got Declan pitting, by the way. So we've had 2 pit this lap as the pit stop start.
So has Mole pitted, or has he lost more
He
position?
did
He did pit.
And, well, wait, a lot of these back pits were pitted. How about the start? Is that accurate?
Yeah, so Frank would have pitted earlier
Yellow
on after
flag,
his
who's round, Beckers is round. He's
wing change.
And Andre pitted?
Yeah, Andre's pit.
Yeah, that'll be accurate.
Yep. Very good. So the cars are all
These-
over the track at the moment.
These Ferrari drivers are just having the time of their life out the front at the moment.
Yeah. But again, Brian's pulled it in another half a second over the last couple of laps. So he really is marching forwards on those hards.
Just going to watch a pit stop here. See if we can get any indication as to whether he nails the entry or not. Nah, you can't really get much indication as to whether they do that properly or not. Although that pit stop looked pretty good, so probably nailed it.
It's not too hard. It has like a half-second window. And I think most people can drive an F1 car fast around the track and press a button within the half-a-second window.
These medium tyres are really dropping off now because, as Peach rightly points out, that gap between Momo and Brian down to 2.3 seconds now. And Bevis has just set
Fastest
the
lap
fastest
on
lap
the
on
hards.
that hard tyre. It is, mind you, only a 2-lap old hard tyre, so it's pretty fresh, but that's good pace there from Bevis. As he floats around back here behind Franco. Both of these boys on the hard tyre.
I do like this year's cars with the not as hot tyres, so the undercut's not quite as powerful. It's sort of previous years it was you had to pit as early as possible because you chuck those slightly newer tyres on and you just go so much faster. This one sort of, it is faster, but you've got to get those tyres up to temperature, and it is a little bit slippery for half of a lap, rather than immediately being bang out the box super quick.
Aaron Heather's currently in the pits. He's putting the hard tyre on.
See plenty of yellow flags pop out, but they are just spins. The wall's not quite close enough here at Hungary to cause any real issues and bring out the safety car. So plenty of yellows, plenty of cooked tyres, but still no safety car here in Tier 2.
Andre just gets past Aaron. Up a couple of places, we saw it up ahead. And they're in single file now as they come through here, but the colder tyres keep proving to be a little bit hard to keep in front. Andre already warmed himself.
Andre's your leader of the guys that have made their pit stops.
Momo's pitted, he's in.
7 cars. Oh, yeah, Momo's in. Be interesting to see how long Brian Tan runs. When's he going to swap to those mediums? Probably around lap 22 or something, I would imagine.
Yes, I believe this game's very similar to real life in the way that when you're on lower fuel, you tend to burn out your tyres a little bit less. Is that correct? Do you guys find that?
Yeah, definitely.
100%.
And
Big Curtis and Corbin are in the pits too.
more than previous games, you'll see a lot of fastest laps start to come in with low fuel load. It seems low fuel load has less of a detrimental impact. Sorry, high fuel load has less of an impact than worn tyres do. So towards the end, especially towards the end of this race, with all these guys on their fresh hards, like Momo, for example, will be posting a purple lap towards the end of this race, I would suggest.
Is that Dale is the only one on mediums that hasn't pitted now? Yeah. And he's racing with some people now.
Yeah, he's got Corbin and Ben in front of him on fresh hards, and as we've already discussed, those hards take a little while to warm up, so Dale can get one or two cheeky moves done here. Oh no, that ain't it.
Oh, that's not the way to take that corner.
He did have someone, I think he saw someone throw it up the inside there. That was Andres, who's on a charge, catching all these people with fresh tyres. He's zooming.
Yeah, he's a warmed up.
Yeah, able to drive that close. Wow.
But Brian Tan is in. Brian is putting the mediums on. He's planning on taking them 16 laps to the end. And it looks like he may actually come out in front of Momo. No, Momo's just going to get him. They're going to be side by side into turn 1, those two Ferrari drivers. But Brian Tan actually has made that work. He's overcut his teammate. And he is now on the faster compound.
Oh, a bit wide there from Brian.
He's run it a little wide there. Oh!
Good racing.
So Momo manages to wrangle back the lead there. Great stuff from those two not to touch each other.
That'll be a warning there for Momo, though. He went wide there. That is the corner there, turn 4. That's where most of the warnings will be coming in.
I just wondered, should he have waited? Because he wasn't able to hold on to that position. He might be kicking himself, but he could have had some fresh mediums towards the end rather than now he's got the same age tyres, but it's a softer compound. So in those hards, surely are going to be better for the last 5 laps of the race at least. Even if he's quicker now, he's the one that's stuck behind. But definitely that out lap is definitely the slow lap, isn't it? That's quite a bit slower. If he was able to catch up those 2 seconds and end up just ahead as he came out of the pit lane. So they're both a long way ahead of the moment. They've got a 13-second gap to the rest of the field.
Yeah, looking very strong the Ferrari boys.
Still yet fit, I believe. So, you know, they've got a gap back to P5.
Bit of Aston action here. Oh no, that's not Aston. That's it's the other two that were very close together. It's the three-way battle.
Suma is here though. He's definitely wanting to get involved and make it some Aston on action, but he's got to wait and get past this Alpine first. Torterra, very strong in Tier 2 last season. Had 6 pole positions last season, did Torterra.
Oh, got the second one spin.
Got Nick Randall.
Nick Randall is dead. Our pole sitter is dead.
And this
We have a safety car.
Kenneth is going to be loving this because he can pit under safety car and lose less time than he was going to lose. Oh, gee, that car is in the middle of the road. I'm glad it is a safety car. This would be a real-life safety car for sure. Wow. Okay. Full safety car as well.
It up,
right?
doesn't it? That undoes all that hard work those Ferrari drivers put in to build such a monstrous gap that is now gone.
Yeah. Kenneth gets a free pit stop. You'll see him duck in.
And Ethan Small as well.
This has worked out beautifully for Kenneth and Ethan.
Although Ethan has a penalty he has to serve, so he might not fare as quite as well. But still, this is the best time for you. You want to serve it under the safety car. Unfortunately, I don't think they're going to end up gaining too many positions. I think they're going to end up, are we able to see the positions just so we know where they started? Oh yeah, they're going to end up a bit ahead because
they're going to get 2 or 3 laps under safety car on those mediums, so they're going to stay relatively fresh for them.
And other guys, but that was the strategy I was talking about at the very start, where I said the game likes to let a few things, a few incidents happen before it throws the safety car, and now it's 3 accidents or 3 people have retired, and it said, okay, time to throw a safety car, and that's happened in the last half.
Nick Randall has said in chat that his screen froze mid-apex.
That's not ideal.
Which is extremely unfortunate.
It's not ideal.
That's
unlucky, Nick.
Not from pole position.
It's just an unlucky race for you in all, mate. As Jacob said, you're on pole, looking really good. And, first lap wasn't great. It just got worse from there, and now you're dead. Unlucky, mate. Long season ahead of you. If you've got that sort of pace, mate, I wouldn't be too worried about tonight. Just put your feet up, watch the rest of Tier 2 here. Keep an eye on the competition, join us for Tier 1, and then 17 rounds to go. So, long season. Always next week, Nicky. Well spotted by you, Jesse. Another one who's looking forward to a long season is Jesse McLean. Having not an ideal race in Tier 3.
towards the end, Jesse took the approach of just bump cars out of the way.
Did he really? I missed that.
Oh, there was a McLaren was starting to spin in front of him, but he just gave him a little helping hand.
Oh. What's going on with these Astons?
Just seen two Aston Martins make love to each other.
Yeah. What's going on here?
Oh,
What are we doing?
oh man. I will say I haven't played a lot of this game, but I've already had at least 2 funky safety cars in my single player experience. I had a virtual safety car and a safety car at the same time, so I was unable to catch the safety car, and the safety car period never ended. So it was a bit of an exciting moment for me in chat when I was streaming that. But,
Isn't there a special safety car camera now or something? Wasn't safety car something?
Depends if it's on immersive or broadcast.
Is that anything to do with the broadcast though, or is that just a driver thing?
Yeah, actually, I'm not sure.
Because I haven't got the options here.
Nothing
yeah.
takes away from the safety
One-
car we had at Spa last season.
One
That was brake checking everyone.
What's happening? What happens is once everyone's formed up behind the safety car, it goes into a formation watch long thing. That's what I believe. If it's set to that, so everyone has to catch the safety car before that happens. That's the way it works. It might only be a single player feature though, so we'll see. Once that Mr. Ocean catches up to everyone, I believe that's when it'll kick off into that mode, if it's set. Are we running that? I'm not sure.
Run a what?
Are we running that? You're talking about that safety car scenic thing?
Oh yeah, I don't even know what it is.
Yeah.
So I'm
So,
pretty. I think we
The way
are.
it works is once the last car catches it,
Yep.
the whole car's captured by the safety car,
Yep.
and then it goes into the safety car mode, and the AI takes over for everyone, and it drives around.
Oh
I'm not-
no, we don't want that. Surely they turn that off. All right, well, it's
Yeah.
caught up now. So
if they
what?
had that feature on, it would happen right now, and everyone would lose control, and it would go to everyone spectating the safety car until it came around, and then we would all get control coming onto the straight again.
Have you seen it before? What are you expecting the cars to look like? Should they be? They all look pretty uniform in their wiggling.
There's no wiggling. It just drives around like the AI actually is driving. So, and everyone gets this special view of the safety car looking backwards. It's quite interesting. But yeah, it's sort of immersive to like give you a mental break when it is safety car rather than sitting there having to warm up your
Oh,
tires. and
Franco!
that sort of
What's
stuff.
happened to Franco? He's dead. He's spun under
he's
safety
pinned it.
car. He's dead.
Franco is DNF.
Oh, I don't want to say that
he's
he's spun under safety cars. We didn't see it, but he's dead. He's back there. He's dead. What's happened, Franco?
Yeah, that'll be warming up the tires. If you're a
That
low
is a-
traction
yeah.
control player, no traction control player, you can do that very easily.
Oh no! Love to get him in for an interview. That's terrible. He was so strong in practice
especially
too.
under safety car. That's 4 DNFs so far. Tier 3 had 5.
Tom Maloney
Safety
called it
car
right
in
before
this
too.
lap.
He said that the safety car restarts are pretty sketchy because the tyres going cold again. So that'd be Franco's death, but also looking forward to seeing how this restart goes for anyone who's not prepared for that level of treachery.
Tier 3 struggled with this last turn. There was a lot of drivers that spun on the safety car restart.
So, this is Brian's chance. Medium tyres. He's got the better set of tyres. He won't have DRS though for the first 3 laps, but he'll have a bit more grip, I'd say. I'd say they come up to speed a little quicker. That's my guess. But this track is hard to pass at, especially without DRS down this main straight. He's trying to warm his tyres. Look at him go. Alright, he's nice and close.
Tell you what, those Ferrari drivers have caught Diabol's napping there in P3. He's lost 1.5 seconds already.
A lot of action in the further back here. Oh. As this Aston sandwich is still squishing that Alpine in the middle. Wow. Nose is being poked everywhere.
There's those
Oh,
cold
fix
tyres
yourself
giving their
3
first
seconds.
victim. 3 seconds for Andre McLeod.
Ethan Smalls! Oh, that is
medium grip.
bold. Try and stick that up there.
I was going to say, the days of thunder, the new sticky tyres go around the outside. That was wow. Those fresh mediums. And Kenneth is looking to catch Ethan as well. That was just monumentally more grip. As we've got some softs on as well. Oh,
Lucky he's got softs on or he wouldn't have pulled that up.
Yeah, I was trying to say he's done well to stop there.
yeah. I wonder if that was a little bit of moving under braking there, but from Declan to let the steward decide that. But man, that was hairy for a moment there.
What if I told you Deckers is the steward? Yeah, that's nice. That wasn't moving. That's fine. That's fine. Play on.
Get out of the way.
I mean, that's the thing. That's how motorsport is, right? There's important moments of the race where you feel like you've got to almost bend the rules as hard as you can, because right now, if I hold this position right now, I'll be fine, but because we've all been compressed because of the safety car, you know, but I'll drive normal 99% of the race, you know.
What? These Ferrari drivers have got 3 seconds already. They are flying.
Yep. They're still in Ben's vision, but they are quickly off into the horizon. They won't be in Ben's VR goggles much longer. And he's under pressure from Aaron Heather and Corbin Hanna behind, who are still looking pretty sprightly on these nice hard tyres.
I believe DRS will be next lap, if I'm correct. So Ryan will probably have a chance then. He's still only 4 tenths behind, so he's definitely more pacey. Struggled to sit at under half a second for very long, and unless you're a lot quicker than the guy in front. DRS enabled this lap, but again, I don't think you hit the DRS activation point until the end of the lap, correct?
Yeah, so there won't be any DRS until they round onto the straight next time.
Yeah, and because there's only the...
It's just before you for the final corner.
It's only the one activation point for both of these DRS things, so yeah, they will miss out until the next lap. It's a shame.
And this has made his way past Declan.
And, Brian got within, it was down to 0.19 of a second just from the toe, so I'm feeling that's going to be a pass next lap on these medium tyres. He's literally sitting 3 tenths off those two Ferraris, so very, very close. The whole field is actually all within DRS range, all the way down.
We can have a nice long train down the main straight. Diavols in P3 has a line of cars wanting to get past him, and he's not going to have DRS, so he may get swamped.
Mind if we swap to the Ferrari guys for the main straight? I reckon Brian's going to have a crack here. He's got DRS and he's close. He can get the power down nicely, even if it's in the second DRS period. He's got 80% battery, so look at it go.
He's
It's
having
a
a look at the
rocket.
turn one now.
Easy.
Although Momo breaks deep.
Done.
Nice fair racing. Leaving cover room.
Hold on to that. Brian's going to take the lead.
I think the safety car, the strategy is going to win it for him here. He's got, he only needs to make these tyres last 7 more laps, 8 more laps. This is easy doable on the medium.
Got no battery left.
Yeah, Neil's struggling as Ethan's got the pressure tyres as well. Although he does have a
That's on the back of him, who's just set the fastest lap of the race on those softs.
That's another 3 seconds for Ethan,
Another
I think.
3
That'll be up to 6 for him. So Neil will see that. He'll know that one's probably in the bag for him, but he's got Bevis behind him, who's just posted a purple lap on these soft tyres. Although it looks like he's already having the rear step out on him.
They're going to start to go off pretty soon.
Pretty soon, yeah.
Tight bunch of cars. Oh, look at them. There's so many cars. It's like 5 cars within 1 second. They're all only 1 or 2 tenths off each other.
Some moves down here in the T1.
It might be 2 or 3 wide too.
Let's see how it shakes out. They've all got DRS. It's just a train.
Unfortunately, the guys without battery are going to be sitting ducks. Ethan and Zuma are swapping back and forth.
Ethan with those mediums really being like, oh, he's going to have a go. He's got his nose there. Can he get the drive out of here to pass him up the hill? Oh, it's looking hairy now. He's going to zip line. Well played, well battled.
Passing place there. We had 2 guys attempt that in tier 3 and they ended up in the fence.
And yeah, it is a long enough straight to, if you're close, to get drafted up alongside them though. So then you sort of go, well, are you going to back down or am I going to back down? It's one of those ones. Oh man, very close racing.
7 laps to go. Coming into the final stanza now.
Mr. Tan is
left
leading
Momo
away.
behind,
Yeah.
so Momo having the DRS, so provided those mediums don't go off.
I've got a feeling he's just gonna, even if they do go off, he would have pulled 3 or 4 seconds by the time they do go off.
Yeah.
This train from P3 to P12, I have a feeling this is going to end in disaster at some point.
At some point. We can only hope.
Ben's doing a great job keeping in front.
I don't know what Bevis plans to do with these 8-lap-old softs. I can't, they will last, but they're just going to fall off so hard. They would have already fallen off probably a second per lap now. He's hanging on at the back of Neil, but I feel like Deckers and Kenneth will be just licking their lips behind if he's either got a pit again, or he's just going to fall
hang on
way
to
off.
them. You'll hang on to them.
Oh, that's wide from Neil. Probably got the one to that.
That'll be a warning, I'd say.
I think I noticed this game too didn't seem to be quite as harsh as it used to be. It used to, the second your wheels crossed that line, you immediately got penalised. But I think if you're not throttling and you don't gain
time, you can normally get a warning, or like just one of those warnings without it being a penalty.
Yeah. Where, if I remember right, when I was playing 2020, if you just, you'd spin off the track and you'd get a warning, if that makes sense.
2021 was the same. Oh, we've got a yellow flag. Is that around? Dale Beveridge.
No.
Andre's around.
And he was doing
We have
really
Dale
well.
Beveridge. Dale Beveridge is around as well in sector 2.
Oh, he's spinning up those rears to Otero, and he's got no wing left, so
He's going to just go
surely
straight
into the
through his
pits
box,
here, I
I can
think.
imagine.
Yes. Unlucky.
Yeah, he's lost the end plate.
It's a shame. That moves the 2 Aston Martins up, I think. He was up there in P5, wasn't he?
Do we have fastest lap for any position as well now, or do we still do top 10 only? I think we've changed that a couple of times, haven't we? The
Fastest
bonus
lap
point?
gets a point. Yep.
Yeah, no matter
Top
where you
3
are.
in qualifying get a handful of points for themselves as well. And then everyone who finishes the race grabs themselves a point of some description, depending on where they finish.
And maybe Andre can go for a fastest lap. You can see that as something to get himself a little bit more value. He chucks on the soft. Surely, with his pace, he would be able to produce a fast lap, a 5 lap.
Tell you what, Ben Curtis can hold off these guys for 5 more laps. That is an incredible effort. They have no DRS.
You know, it's funny. He's in Alonso's position, doing the Alonso thing.
He's at around
happening last
one.
year.
Dale Beveridge is around again, so his life on those hard tyres is
Cooked.
No, is that
not very nice.
Kenneth
No, it's
dead.
Andre.
It's over to Kenneth.
Kenneth's dead.
Oh, Kenneth's done at the
Safety
same
car.
spot.
Safety
Another
car, safety car.
Wow.
With 4 laps to go.
And it comes out in front of the whole field. Although it's going to let everyone pass.
It's going to let everyone pass. Please don't hit it.
That's just going to file in, join in. It's going. Oh my! Oh, I thought it was going to cut him off.
Wait. Now, I'm going to be that guy. Is that the theory craft? Oh no, we've had the spin and DNF. Never mind.
No,
'Cause I was
the
like,
safety
Andre
car, they will
had
come
a
around.
spin. He had his spin and put on soft tyres. Like he had a spin after he put on the soft tyres too. So he is greatly benefiting from this because although we're going to finish on the safety car here.
So the safety car will usually come in, I think it's with 2 laps to go, no matter
Okay.
if everyone's caught up or not. So it should come in on going on to lap 34 at the latest. So we should have at least a 2-lap sprint to the finish.
So no DRS, which is going to be hard. We've seen
Yes.
even Mr. Tan with his fresh tyres versus the medium versus the hard was unable to pass until that DRS kicked in, and it was a bit of a walk in the park.
So I reckon there'll be 2 laps under safety car, I'd say.
That's probably a pretty good guess, although Andre might take a while to catch. Again, the game waits for
Oh,
everyone to catch up.
Ethan's coming in the pits.
This late in the race, the game will not wait for everyone to catch up.
Ethan, why? Or did he get some damage, maybe?
I don't know.
That would be the only reason you'd pit now.
Bevis coming in the pits too. He don't want anything to do with those 11 up old softs. He's getting off them.
You're only going to have 2 laps. I can't imagine you're going to make up a lot of time on for a set of
Are they doing a wing change here? I don't think they are. Just going off for some
No.
freshies.
He's going to go for
He's
it.
going to try and pinch the fastest lap off Andre. Stuff the
Yeah.
points for P8.
He's gonna be-
Just want the
he's-
fastest lap.
He's
Let's
going to be
go.
in too much traffic. He won't do the fastest lap.
Yeah.
He's going to hope that he can pass 8 drivers or something in 2 laps, I think so.
Well, he did only lose, what, 3 spots there? Is that 3 or 4?
Yeah, 3, I think.
Yeah. So maybe it's not that bad, because again, he's going to have a 2 compound softer tyre, and they're not 17 laps old. So maybe it is a good choice. Rather than fighting them off with his old softs. Oh no, he had the mediums though.
Brian Tan out front's going to be on the mediums, so how much life do they have left in them? Or
I think
are the
they've had-
hards of Momo going to be quicker?
I think they've had 2 safety car stints in this stint of driving on those tyres. So really, they've only done about 12 or 13 laps of actual hard driving. The rest will spin behind the safety car. I've got a feeling.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and because the
yeah.
mediums will warm up a little quicker than the hards, I would expect.
Oh, they've only
Brian.
done 13 laps anyway. Yeah, so
Yeah, Brian will hang on unless he makes a mistake. Momo currently P2 will be happy to go 1-2 Ferrari, I would suggest. Diebold's in VR will be very happy if he can hang on for that podium. Corbin Hanna is my driver of the day if he hangs on to P4. Aaron Heather also close to driver of the day for just finishing the race. Nice work there. Although Brian Tan pointing forward in first place. Looking very nice.
Can start the season strong, I can imagine.
Great start. Suma will be pretty happy with P6. The Aston Martin boys both in 5 and 6, so a nice little bag of points for them. Marley's favourite track.
Jim's safety car will be in this lap.
awesome. So we're going to get
2 lap sprint to the finish.
yes. So we won't see DRS though. So this is going to be tough. I think where we're going to see the action is Ethan. I think Ethan's the one that's going to be putting on those passes. For sure.
How's Andre? Is he a full lap behind? I think he is.
Did
He's a
he?
minute
He
21.
might have. Yeah, he might have pitted again when he's
He
done.
pit again with the safety car coming out, so he's a
Yeah.
full lap down.
So he's not making any moves.
That's a bit frustrating. He was doing so well too. Well in that top 10.
Someone going to smite those bots? I don't have to get him. Can I get him? We're still on safety
Get him,
car.
JC.
I'll sneak out and get him.
Oh, someone got him.
Ah, too fast, Pally. Nice work. Great stuff from you. Really sharp.
So, safety car is in.
Well, I'm going to go to
We have a
naked.hd.
2-lap sprint to the finish.
Only Putin didn't find girl with us.
What does that even mean?
Very good.
Yeah.
Why you got to do my man Putin like that?
Yeah.
But here we go. Ferrari 1-2.
2 laps to go.
2 laps.
And it jumped away again. I've done it again.
They've caught Curtis napping again.
Yeah.
Look at
Oh,
this. Look at this. Neil's going to make a move. He's going to
He's
make
gonna
a
get
double
pulled.
Aston move here. Oh, we're going 3 wide into turn 1. Oh, he's got them both. Oh, there goes Ethan Small.
Neil's got them both. How about that?
Oh.
Wowee, what a restart.
Ethan's gone from P11 to P9 in one corner.
Tell you what, there's plenty of action from all over the place. Oh!
The cold speed of these softs is amazing. Look at that.
Oh,
Wow.
P5. Ethan's having a crack at everyone here.
I guess we've got to take back our statement. Why did he put on softs to do this? Look at him driving all
Yeah,
over.
fair. Yep, happy to
Yeah.
eat some humble pie on that one. Ethan Small and Bevis both up now to 7 and 8. Ethan down into the chicane there. Very nice.
It's like they're in different cars. Look at them.
This is unbelievable. These guys are going to have a great last lap. they can just get past Robert Wenzel here. He's holding them up a little bit.
And Neil's just showing his experience from old tyres. You know, 20 years of running F1 and racecraft under his mind. So there's something about being good on cold tyres. It's hard to do. It's like being given the raincoat and it's a different skill set.
Here we go. Let's look at these soft tyres down the straight here. There's no DRS, but there's plenty of battery. You would expect Bevis to get on the brakes pretty hard down the inside of Suma here, and he does. Does that open the door for Ethan Small with all that extra grip? There's a bit of a touch there. Suma getting his elbows out, trying to defend his position. He wants to hold on. He does down the inside into turn 2.
It's going around the outside.
Look at all the grip on the outside there. Wowee.
There'll be a touch there.
Great driving from both.
Someone's had a spin though.
There's a yellow flag. Is that Andre?
Dale or Declan?
Deckers, I think, on 20 lap old hards has fallen back a little bit.
Good racing from the midfield here.
Now,
DNF! No!
Aaron Heather.
Out of the chicane. He
there
must
won't be a
have
safety
grabbed
car
a bit of curve
now.
and
We're on the last lap, so this is it. Just want to keep an eye on this one. The soft tyres sending it up the inside of the boss is never a good idea, but I reckon he's going to have a go. Oh my God! Careful!
that was tight.
He would have been kicked out of OOR if he
Banned!
Nah, that was just hard racing. Last lap.
Yeah, Ethan
Brian
Small
Tan
managed to
takes
get
the win.
one done, but it's Brian Tan who comes across the line in P1. Nice work, Bryce Holtz. Momo falls down the
Momo's
field
done.
somehow. I don't know what the hell's happened to
Momo's
Momo, whether he
done
picked up
on
some
the last
penalties there at the end, but it
corner.
looks like Ben Curtis has grabbed P2.
What?
Momo has spun coming out of the last
Has he
corner on the last lap.
really? Wow, we missed
He
that.
has.
So that makes Corbin Hanna on debut in Tier 2 on the podium. Wowee.
Oh no, the Ferrari master plan falls apart again.
Oh, what has happened to
Momo will
Momo?
be
This is why we need a replay function.
Oh,
He's gassed it up in the last corner and he's looped it around on the last
I
lap.
hope he wasn't showing off and doing skids.
Bevis
He would be
Lau is
doing
your
himself.
Codemasters driver of the day. But there you go, Tier 2. Again, I told you, Jacob, don't say things because then bang, Tier 2 goes off chops. This is our man Bryce Holtz coming out to celebrate a round 1 victory here in Tier 2. And he does indeed have Alpine's Ben Curtis up there. He's taken his VR goggles off and he'll give a bit of a champagne shower to Brian here. And in P3, Corbin Hanger. That's a massive W for the Pingu. Great stuff. Nice work, Brian Tan, Ben Curtis, and Corbin Hanna. 1, 2, 3 tonight. Absolute scenes on the last lap there. Poor old Momo having some form of issue that we just didn't catch. Neil Alexander with a very good result coming up from P11 at his favourite track to finish P4. Bevis Lau, as we said, Codemasters driver of the day from P14 up to P5 with the masterclass on the softs there at the end. Suma P6. Momo, unfortunately, drops down to P7. Ocean in P8, filling in tonight for Alfa Romeo. Ethan Small doing nicely to come up from P17 and finish P9. And Dale Beveridge rounds out the top 10. Deckers, Aaron Heather, Andre McLeod, Kenneth Ang, Frank Frankfurt, Nick Randall, Bodie Mick, and the Risky Ranger. All the way down to the bottom, a handful of DNFs here in Tier 2, and I expect there will be a few more in Tier 1 as these drivers get to grips with this new tyre model. It is playing tricks.
Can I say only 0.02 of a second between fastest lap and second fastest lap? That was very, very close.
Would that
And that
be...
I believe that was the softs did it.
Yeah, Bevis Lau got the fastest. Was it Ethan Small who got the second? Because he was the other softs.
No, it was the winner who set it on the last lap as well, but got pinned on the line by those new softs. But he was passing people when he set that time, so it was quite spectacular.
Unreal stuff, Tier 2. Give us 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Grab yourself a drink. Give your wife a kiss. And we'll be back in around about 4 minutes for Tier 1 near Octane Online Racing. Doing it again. can you hop in your room with that, please? Can't have it going through here.
Remember when we were young and immortal, when life was just a game and nothing really mattered, when I was so on top of the mountain, when freedom was the right of a life. Bring me back to life. Bring me
Righto, let's get back into it. Tier 1 coming at you. My name's Jamie Conboy. I'm joined by Jacob Weatherburn and Justin Tate. 18 rounds of this goodness coming up. Hey, guess what I just realised? We are Triple J. How about that for a commentary nickname? Let's go.
Triple J. I think it's already copyrighted though, right?
Rolling with it anyway. What are they going to do? Come at me.
Someone give us some moisture.
You want some moisture, hey?
It does look.
looking
Hey,
cloudy.
it looks a little cloudy. Hang on.
Some
Yeah,
rain.
it does look cloudy. Got cars going out onto the track already. You get to see what tyres they've got on.
We'll all have that red soft tyre on.
Ferraris are out first. One Feek's out there popping what looks to be the first
Very
lap.
hazy. It's,
It is hazy. It's cloudy, isn't it? It's dank.
There's a lot of precipitation there, but it's not raining.
Alright, we'll do a rain dance. Let's get it happening.
Interesting. They've all come out in a big line too, so maybe it's a bit of a rush to get out there and try and get a lap coming before it rains. They might say it's going to rain in 5 minutes. That's my guess.
Oh,
know how
I
the
would
game
like.
regulates 5 minutes.
Sometimes we get insider information. We'll have someone pop in a chat, and they might be in TeamSpeak. They might know something. So if there is anyone out there, if there's any little birdies in chat who've got some insider weather information for us, that would be most appreciated. It is looking grey.
Tell you what though, I'm keen to see these Ferraris in Tier 1 because they have been lightning quick in Tier 3 and Tier 2 so far. So I wonder if they've all done some practice together this week.
They've got the good setup.
Dimitri Forrest is the first one with the DRS open, and he's going to have a crack. Let's see what he can put out here as a cheeky little banker lap. As we said, potentially before the weather comes through. Diabols is on it. P2 in Tier 2. Just going to go and check the weather for us. Tell you what else I'm loving to look at. 79 likes on this stream at the moment. It's been a very, very popular start too. Octane Online Racing's Legend Series. I don't know what season we're up to, season 10 or something like that. But goodness gracious. F1 2022 getting a great start for OOR.
It's an exciting time. Start of the season is always a good time to jump on in and get into the lovely games of the F1 series and the ACC League kicks off as well.
Listen, that's the Martin dead out there. Who's that? That's not Smithy, is it? It is. Oh, welcome back, Smithy.
Oh Gold, you've just said you're his race engineer, mate. What's going on?
Just if you're race engineer for Smithy, go and tell him you can't park there.
Can't park there, sir.
So we're about to see our first time come up, Dimitri Forrester. Aspect. Previous 16-0 as a banker.
Already beat the Tier 2 pole time.
Wowee.
That is ridiculous.
Alex Bowen, Tier 3 commentator. Currently
Another
with a
quick start,
16-2 rolling over the line. All in the 16 so far, looking real good.
Oh, as we've got a new pole set up, 15-9.
15-9.
We're into the 15s with Zekai. Zekai's teammate tonight is Connor Kingston coming across with a 17-2 as a banker. Who want to improve on that?
Mitch Wedderburn goes to P5 with a 16-3. Love to see it.
Danny Wong coming around the final corner now. Grid Jokes had a very good season last season, so he'll be looking to improve and see how he goes. He plonked himself up to P8 with a 16-5. Totally awesome. Nathan Monks into P6. And his
Very
McLaren
close on
teammate,
there.
whose name is new to me. Jacob, you know this one? Caleb van der Reyden.
No, he is definitely a newbie here.
Welcome to the Legend Series, Caleb.
Himself in Tier 1.
Yeah. Up into P12 for a start. Not too bad. They haven't fixed. Oh, I think that was facetious from Alex. I was going to say no, they haven't fixed it, but I think he was being sarcastic. Don't be sarcastic in text. I can't tell.
A little bit /S so he understands. Alright. Let's with got a few people doing extra times. I think Zach Smith is doing another fast lap, right? He crossed the line, so I assume he would be. Oh, around there.
Tom Malone has parked in, I think, oh no, it was a different corner. I think Smithy done it up at turn 4. Oh, Gold, if you are engineering these boys, tell them to sort their stuff out. Connor and Zachary and Tom, 13, 14, 15, all having slow first laps here. I don't know how much practice has been done, but work needs to occur. But they are all very fast boys, so I trust that they'll be back. Still 12 minutes to go. Plenty of time.
Now, I want to ask you boys, which one's the best sounding engine this year?
Oh,
So that's a tough one.
I haven't done much listening to the engines. Last season, the Mercedes engine was my least favourite, and I believe the Honda, the Red Bull and the AlphaTauri, that was my favourite sounding engine last season. Now, I might be a little bit biased because I just love the AlphaTauri, I love the livery, and so this season I'll probably go with that again for a start, but as I said, I haven't done much listening, so I'll keep an ear out from here on in. Alpine is by far the best, according to Nick Randall, so we'll chuck an ear on one of those shortly when they come out the pits. Hey,
That's a lot of wheel spin out there.
that's what, no, it's not wheel spin though, I don't think it is. I reckon we've got this is the other rev bug.
The red bug, there's no wheel spin.
No, we didn't have it in tier 2. So we've got when they're in low revs, it's a chug chug. When they're in high revs, it's a rear rear. Rear rear. Oh no. And you know what the thing is?
Locking up on the way in. It sounds like a go-kart locking up.
And yeah, there's more, it sounds like they're locking up even more than they actually are. It's terrible. Oh god, one's lagging a little bit here, I reckon. And that's not lag. That is around she goes. Unlucky one. It's not going to be a lap.
Unfortunately, it looks like we're not going to have any moisture here in round 1.
Dry race, or at least a high chance of a dry race. Okay. All right. Well, look, I'm not entirely disappointed because when it's wet, then they just sort of they stop racing when it's wet and they just want to survive. So at least we get to see these tier 1 boys duke it out in round 1.
Again, and all these top 10 runners are heading out for their second run.
We did have some sort of fastest purple sector 1 there. I saw the split sector flash purple. See what that how that ends up.
Don't like these rev bugs, so I'm just going to turn the game noise down a little bit. Just a little. Not too much, because we still want to hear them, but I want to hear your beautiful voices more than I want to hear these shitty rev bugs. So
I might have been leaning away from my mic as I intently was looking at the screen.
that's
Part
okay.
of
No,
that.
just
That's
a
my
slight
headset
adjustment for all the audible headphone listeners out there.
Joe. Jerry's going to get a lap in, and he pops in a P12.
Nice one, Jerry. Jerry
Again,
Can, another new name. I don't recognise that one. Welcome to Tier 1.
Again, Satan's tier 2. Everyone that has set a lap that they're happy with, I'd say, or a relatively happy lap, they're within a second of each other. There's only 2 drivers that didn't do it, and both of them had little mistakes on those laps. Very
Zeke
close.
Kai is flying.
Guys, he's improved again. Jeremy Washington does a 16.001.
Yeah.
Followed by Alex Bowen with an 012 and Jaden Cheer with an 013 and Dimitri Forrester with an 090.
Oh, we've had a few spin here. What's going on?
We've had a moment here, yeah.
I didn't change
Car
camera.
park on the exit of turn 1.
I didn't change
Mohammed
camera and it
Advance.
looked like he teleported into the wall, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, and those tyres are done.
To them.
See how they look like ice? That purely looks
Yeah,
like
just-
ice.
Absolutely zero grip, just went on him.
Oh, that's something that like makes me feel uncomfortable because it's like that I've never seen a set of tires in real life apart from when they're popped and you're on rims slide like that. It's just you just never have that little grip on a set of tires. It is insane that the game says you have zero grip.
No grip for you. All right, let's see.
Is that a red flag? What's going on? Why is it red? Oh,
Invalid lap.
invalid lap, right. Colin, why is the track red? Of course, people invalidating their laps.
Tom Malone just did it an invalid 118.0. So let's see if he can get one done here. He's got 60% of his battery left. That's enough for a full lap.
It's
Just.
going hard.
So we'll hang around with him. He was in the Ferrari last season. He's jumped into the Williams this season. And he's the teammate of Mitch Weatherburn. What are you expecting from your brother this season? Is he enjoying this game at the moment, or is he still coming up to speed with it?
I do know he has been at the snow since last Sunday, and he did get home today, so hasn't had much practice this week.
He'll be carving some nice lines around
But
this
I
track.
am expecting big things from him.
Raffley Fadilli has gone up with a 15.7. He's currently in P1, so he'll be pretty happy with that up there. There's two drivers into the 15s now.
We just said, is that his purple or an
No,
actual
that's a spectator bug. Don't worry about purple sectors in qualifying. We don't trust any of them.
Because
It used to be just
right as
sector
it went
2.
across the line.
And now it's Sector 1, and we think sometimes Sector 3 as well. So don't trust any purple sectors you see on the track map in qualifying.
Oh, we can be a chance to ham it up. As with
P8,
P8.
scene 1.
I can't watch one. He's all over the place. I want to see this man do well. Abbott's had a good season last season, but there was a couple of mistakes and a few little inconsistencies. So hopefully he's ironed them out into the Haas this season. Still hasn't posted a lap, and into the pits he comes with 6 minutes to go. He'll want to post something at some point, I'm sure.
I believe he had a spin. I was watching the track map, and one of the Hasses had a spin. It probably was him. Hence why he doesn't have a lap. He probably stuffed up his qualifying lap 2 times now.
Zach Smith still needs to get a move on too, because he hasn't set a decent lap in yet on his 2 runs.
Oh, yes, he does.
So he needs to get out there and get a move on. There's only
See-
about 5 minutes left.
Is he currently on track going faster? We've got another one that just poked into the 15s as well, Dimitri. Is that fresh or?
Nice aspect, yep. That's new to me.
P9.
It's close.
And we watched the track evolve in Tier 2 pretty significantly, and last season's Tier 1 champion Peter Thomas is in chat. Hello, Big Impulse. Good to see you. And he's saying the track evolves pretty significantly as well. So, yeah, we watched that in Tier 2, how quickly those times dropped towards the end of the session. So, totally awesome here. We'll be looking to make a totally awesome impression on the top 10. Already sitting in P10. But he'll want to take a fairly sizable chunk out of his best lap, because these times will drop. And he is a 10th and a half up. It's not too shabby. On for a 15 if he can get this last sector right. Look pretty tidy around there. This is a very tricky corner. See a lot of drivers take this in 4th, sometimes even 5th. Nathan runs through there in 3rd. And holds 4th most of the way. Doesn't short shift as much as I thought he would, but he's Tier 1 and I am not. Up 3/10 and into the 15s. Nice one. Totally awesome there, Nathan Monks. Great stuff.
Does a happy little wiggle across the line as well. Like that. Here we go.
So yeah, this is my favourite, I reckon, having rolled through a couple of engines now. I still haven't gone to an Alpine, so I'll jump on board with Jezza or Alex shortly. I think one of those is crossing the line now. Doesn't improve. Jordan Wong, another new name. This AlphaTauri is definitely my favourite sounding, but I think I'm biased. Jordan, how does he go? He improves up into P8.
There's something about the turbo / gearbox line of the Hondas / Honda Red Bull Racing engines.
So here's your Alpine. It's not terrible. It's not doing it for me in terms of beating the AlphaTauri. It's certainly not bottom of the pile, but yeah, it's still the Honda gets me revved up.
BTEC, mate.
Speaking of Honda, we're all about the Honda and the ACC Endurance Series. Jacob and I on the same team there, loving the Honda at the moment. Feels very strong.
I cannot wait for 10
Cannot
hours
wait.
of
That's this weekend, is it not?
That is this
The
weekend.
10 hours of Watkins Glen this Saturday. Get around it.
Oh, that's going to be exciting.
Was that not invalid?
How is that not invalid? Oh my lord.
Okay, play on.
Yeah, There's nearly half a car went
No
down
one
there.
saw it. Apparently, it wasn't
Oh.
part of a good lap. Alexis not happy with that one, so she spins it into the pit lane.
What?
And still drifting around. Glen 10. Yes! Whoa, where was Paige on that one? That's perfect. Glen 10. Nice work. What a product. How are these
So
boys
still-
down here? Look at him.
Yeah.
I can't believe Smitty's down there at P17. He's got a lot of work to do. I expect him in the 15s.
I was going to say, he
I'll
hasn't.
rightly points out, look at the teammates. Jeremy Washington, Bowen separated by 0.001 there in
Yeah.
P5 and P6.
Wait, that's the second time this has happened this run, hasn't it? Or is
Yes.
it? The two people are pretty much dead even.
Who's that dead back there? Might have been Jeremy. I don't know. I don't think he was dead. I think he was potentially letting a driver through.
A car dead in sector 1, sector 2, looks like an Alfa Romeo, but they're
Oh.
moving again, but now they're around again.
The tires, man.
Killer.
These are the top drivers, and they're struggling to keep the car straight after a
He's
spin.
our current pole sitter.
Yeah,
That's on his outlap too, so
yeah.
Zach Smith coming around to start a lap.
Zekai's 3/10 up here, 3.5 up here. This is a provisional pole lap once he puts this over the line. Assuming this last sector is all in order, this is a ripper. We're into the 15.5s, potentially the 15.4s. Zekai Chu rounding the final bend now, right out wide. Beautiful exit, 4/10 up, 15.4, 6.2.
Zach Smith is on a lap. He's coming up at turn 2 now. He's only going to get one shot at this. He is usually pretty quick, but can he do it in one lap?
Is he still running his G27? Or is he upgraded as well?
he's
Oh, I
done
can't believe
well.
that wasn't
Yeah.
invalid.
He's done so well not to bottle his one lap there.
He had to come right off the throttle, didn't he? But even then, that corner there is usually really, really strict. So, surprised that that wasn't invalid. And as you said, he's lucky it wasn't. And that as well. Goodness me. Using all of the limits and some is Smithy. And that one. Second and a half up. That's not going to be enough for any sort of time, though. I don't know if this is an outlap. No, he's down to 30% battery. It's not an outlap.
I wouldn't pay too much attention to that delta.
Yeah, I don't think it's ultra time.
Gonna be a quick one. Where's he gonna put in? He's gonna cross the line. Not gonna have enough battery to do another lap. So
This is it. What is it? 17.3. So down there in P16.
Maybe when he went wide on those corners, he was
had to
lifting
get out
off.
of the throttle too
Yeah.
much.
And that's it. He's going to start way down the back, yeah.
On Kingston, Zach Smith down there in 15 and 16 will not be happy with those starting positions.
I reckon Connor's coming into the final sector now on a lap, so we'll see how he goes. If this is an improvement, let's see him shoot him into the top 10. No, it doesn't improve. He's half a second down, so that ain't it. Moment of fun in the
Did
final
Jaden
sector
just
now.
jump up a bunch? Is that Jaden that jumped off?
Jaden Chia, yeah, absolutely.
7. Impulse says Zach Smith's still on another lap, even though he's got no ERS. He's going for it.
Mitch Weatherburn grabs 4/10 and plonks himself up at P7.
Good time. 15.9. A few drivers into the 15.
Oh, another one jumping up into the 15.
Alex Bowen.
Oh. That's really tight. Look at that.
That's a Haas out there that was dead. Jordan Wong, 16.0, stays P10. As you said, look how tight that is up the top. 8 drivers in the 15s.
He's still on a lap.
Goodness
No
me,
one.
I did a 17 yesterday. I was celebrating.
Outdone. Jeremy Washington.
Jeremy's coming around the
Yeah,
last corner,
that
right?
is good.
No, that's it. Checkered flags and pits on all drivers. So Jared not posting a time will start from the back. Zekai Chu, after a very strong debut season last season where he started off as a fill-in and rotated through Ferrari and Mercedes and a few other cars before gaining a permanent spot and having a really strong end to the season. Now gets a crack at starting in the Mercedes and doing a full season here, and straight away stamping authority with a 15.4. will start from pole.
Just under 3/10 quicker than P2.
That's a big gap. That's in F1 esports. That's a big gap.
The rest of the field is quite close though.
So it is indeed Zekai Chu from P1. Nearly 3/10 out to Jaden Chia, and then no more than a second all the way down to P14. Very close here in Tier 1. Jaden Chia and Alex Bowen are 2 and 3. The Alfa Romeo boys are 4 and 5. And Jeremy Washington, Nathan Monks, Mitch Weatherburn, Tom Malone, and Jordan Wong round out the top 10. So that is Tier 1 qualifying done, and we did see plenty of spins, and as you said, a lot of the tyres just going away really quickly. So if that's any indication, Tier 1's race may also be equally spicy. We saw plenty of DNFs and safety cars and whatnot in Tier 3. We saw a handful of each in Tier 2. Probably more of the same here in Tier 1.
Let's hope some people can be a bit kinder to the tyres. It'll be interesting to see strategy here. Some of these Tier 1 guys might opt to start on the hards, just like Brian Tan did in Tier 2.
Oh, wrong one. Try that one. Yeah, nice one. That's better.
So
See
we've
that-
got a Mercedes on the front row, same as the real life.
What a lap from George.
Very good lap. That's,
I thought Carlos had it in the bag. I got me spicy peppers out. I was already celebrating.
he did do a very good lap too himself. So I don't know how George pulled that out, but yeah, that's unbelievable.
Oh, that's an early start. The timer has started already. We are down to 20 seconds until this starts. I reckon that's pretty early. I reckon someone's jumped the gun. I reckon we're going to get a session restart here, just quietly, because we are down to 10 seconds. Usually they take 2 minutes. So I might be wrong. We'll happily be proven wrong if that is the case, but I reckon that'll be a cheeky session restart. Which tier will be wet was the poll at the start of the night.
And it had 520 votes.
Not everyone's moving. Yeah, they're spinning and stuff.
Yeah, so there's going to be a session restart.
Whoop, 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 whoop,
So
whoop.
someone in Tier 1 is going to get a spanking from Mull,
Mm-hmm.
and they will probably be given... Usually they get a 5-place grid penalty, whoever it was that readied up early.
Is there a way to set the grid?
Yeah, you can set the grid manually. So that'll take 5 minutes or so, depending on how quick Jared Ellis can be, because I do believe he is race host. So whoever readied up early, expect them to be
Yeah, they'll get a whack.
grid penalty.
I'll get a whack. Jared Ellis, if you can hear me, do some burnouts. Show me a burnout. I don't know if he does listen to his stream. I think he does in ACC. I thought I heard myself one day when I was watching back his personal stream. Do
Here
some
we
goes
are.
for me,
Here's the
Jared.
poll. How many safety cars in Tier 1?
I've voted for one. I reckon there'll be one.
I reckon we're getting 3+.
3+ safety
I
cars.
reckon,
Wow.
after this early readied up, I reckon that they are going to be nerves will be flying, and I reckon we're going to see some carnage.
But these are the best of the best, boys. So I don't know.
You will have to jump out of this session though, won't you, JC?
Yeah, I guess. Just waiting for everyone here to do it. I'm just waiting for someone to do a cheeky burnout for me or something. I don't know if they're going to. I think I'm being disappointed. I don't know if this is AI driving around, is it, maybe?
It might be. How
The next race has already started. I'm just waiting for Jared to do a burnout. Waiting for his AI to do some tricks for me.
It looks very uniform. They're all exactly the same distance apart and just driving in a straight line.
All right, you've ruined my fun. All right, give me a sec. Let's go flick over to the next one. Interested by last poll where it said either 1, 2, 3, or all of them, where the correct answer was none of them. So no one is a winner.
But we might get wet this time. What if we reset and it's wet?
Nah, the weather conditions will be set to whatever they were for this one. Are we...
No, it'll just be all AI driving.
Yes.
Yeah.
All AI. You need to get into the new one.
It's a good start from the AI.
Let's go.
Jared
Practice
Ellis
for
has
us.
made up a position off the start. I don't know if it is. Nah, it is. There's
definitely
been no crashes.
Oh dear, that is definitely AI. It's pretty interesting.
I don't know. Like, I've never seen AI race each other after a grid restart though. Commentate it. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to do. Yeah, no, they are very.
It's AI.
It's definitely AI. I'll tell you what, the AI is just as interesting. Like trying to do AI races, like standard Grand Prix and all that. Obviously, they're super strong down the straights and they're impossible to pass on the straight. But some of the dives they do and some of the ridiculous stuff they try and pull off, and then they park on the apex. I have no idea what they're doing. These AI, they are all over the place. Jerry's got himself 5 seconds for ignoring yellow flags.
Even though he's in the lead, I don't know how that happens.
Yeah, exactly.
There's no cars in front of him to spin.
All right.
Let's go. Yeah, go me. Howard. Oh, this car's retiring. No? What's happening?
We're out.
That was so
We
weird.
better hurry up because those guys will have set the grid by now, and I'm very much interested in watching how they go. AI series when? I don't know. You have to talk to Mo Chazza and Reds Art. He does an AI series. He's all about that.
I got I was going to say I got an idea, Mark. How about like 5-lap races in between?
If you think I'm going to sit here and commentate AI on a Sunday night, you are sorely mistaken.
but have it between, like as a in between one as the quick break, and it's and a chat can place the poll on who they think's going to win or something. It used to be in the old game, just bet on Bottas because Bottas was just OP. As an
that
AI.
ain't it. Let's fix that one up. That one, and how do we do it? That one, yeah. So normally I'd say be right back and I'd put some music on you, but it won't take them too long. They will sort this out pretty shortly, I would say, and we'll be back in. So we'll just hang tight. We shall be patient.
You've got a pretty soulful voice, JC. Surely you can sing for us.
Sing? No, shit no. I did a bit of singing for ACC on Wednesday night. Do you remember?
Twinkle,
watch it
twinkle,
back.
little star would be your forte, wouldn't it?
I stuck some Easter egg into the Patreon notes. So as the Patreon running through is the hello, is it me you're looking for? And I put that in the Patreon notes. And then when the race started, I said hello. I can't even remember what I said. It was funny. It's probably one of my better entries. But no, I can't sing for shit. You don't want to hear me sing. Can play the guitar though. But I'm not doing that either. What talents have you got?
I drive cars fast.
None.
I was going to say you F3 XF3 driver, aren't you? You've got all the talent.
I don't know if anyone noticed, but I jokingly called my the chat is every time I crash, it's like you go XF3 lol. And so my team name is XF3 lol. And when I named my livery that or whatever, and it shows up on stream that's my race team when in ACC. When you guys swapped to me, I looked at it and I'm like, oh no, it says that it's literally an in joke for my chat, and it's being broadcast. Why is his name XF3 lol?
So tell us more about that though. Are you still racing? How'd you get into it? What happened? Did you slow down? How's it going?
So I was racing full time back in the 2000s. So 2007 and 8 was when I was racing cars /F3. But 2008, if everyone remembers, was the global financial crisis, and unfortunately my sponsorship dried up, and I wasn't able to afford to do, spend the $250,000 plus on racing cars myself because I was a teenager, and my parents weren't rich. So people like the DCs of the Daniel Ricciardo and that sort of thing were the guys that went through up into the F1 overseas. because they were the ones that were able to ride it out. But that's motorsport. It's part of the game. And I was pretty sad and depressed for a while after that, because I have a lap record at Bathurst that still stands that I set 12 years ago
Really?
now.
That's
Yeah.
amazing. So what car was that? What a
In a Porsche 944. So
amazing.
yeah,
So is that
I,
when you say track record, that's for that car specifically,
for that
I guess?
category, yeah, not the outright lap record,
Of course, no.
But the outright lap record is pretty darn quick, I believe. I know they let the F3s actually race there, but they made them run maximum wing so they wouldn't break the lap record. Because they were like, we don't want this car.
They'd have to
that
be
we're not
running
gonna
pretty
be able
high
to-
ride heights too to get through like the dipper and that.
You'll be surprised with how stiff they are. It just picks up the wheel on the inside. It's not that bad, if that makes sense. Because the front wing actually is quite high, and the rear, it's only the skid board in the middle. A fun fact I like telling people is my car, the ride height, resting with no, on the track before we start moving, was 17 millimeters. So 17 mil gap under the car at the lowest point of the car.
Unreal.
Which is insane, because once you start adding aero, that squishes down even lower.
Yeah.
It's super, super low. Yeah, you couldn't. If you dropped the wheel off the track, you were bottomed out, just from the difference of the height of the grass. If that makes sense, it was quite hairy. You really wanted to keep it in a straight line and on the black stuff, but yeah, it was a really cool experience to do, and to be able to race some of the coolest, some of the fastest drivers in the world, and experience a lot. It's not many people can say they were doing 1 minute 26s and 27s at Phillip Island, which is faster than the GP bikes do, and about 6-7 seconds faster than the V8 Supercar does around there.
Now there's a track we need in ACC.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
That'd
wouldn't
be
it?
an absolute delight.
It's a beautiful track. It's just unbelievable. It's my favorite permanent racetrack that I've ever driven on. Bathurst is fantastic, but it's not a permanent track. But there's just something about PI that just, in every car and every category, it's good too. I've driven a Hyundai XL there doing 2 minutes something, and I've driven a F3 doing 1 minute 20 somethings. And both cars, yep. If you said, hey, I've got a car and you can go drive it, I'd go down and drive it. So it's a lot of fun.
Speaking of, what is the favorite car you've driven? Well, there's probably a difference between your favorite car to drive and what you're actually quickest in.
Yeah. The open wheel is mind-blowingly different to cars, if that makes sense. Like, it's so much grip, like pulling 4.5 Gs in a corner, which is what you pull in F3, is just so different to a car. But the 944 has to be one of the best fun cars to drive. It's because it's got a 4-cylinder. It's not super quick, so it's quite easy to drive really fast, but it just handles so well. And then the coolest car, like if you're, if a girl asks and you're like, oh, what's the coolest car you ever driven? Ferrari 360 Spider. That was pretty sick. Doing hot laps with sponsors in the car around Eastern Creek. That was a lot of fun. The race version of it too. So yeah. Anyway, we're off with the start of this race.
Formation lap.
I do it again every time I see the first light's gone. I'm like, oh, here we go.
Fair enough.
Nope.
No, it is new. It is new this season, so it's totally fair that you haven't quite wrapped your head around it. Neither have I. I've still got this graphic up, so I don't know whether I let this sit here for the entire lap. We've had it on for a while, so everyone knows who's driving who. I'm pretty excited to see how Mercedes go this season. As I said, Zico clearly has the pace, and starting on pole tonight, Daniel Lambert had a really good season last season, so Mercedes will be one to watch. Pretty sure Williams will be a very, very strong team as well. Tom Malone, if he can keep it consistent, will be right up there. Mitch Weatherburn, we know, is extremely fast. Alex Bowen and Jeremy Washington in the Alpine, I would suggest, are the other favourites. Mercedes and Alpine probably vying for those top 2 spots. Ferrari team also one to watch. Kyle Jackson and Warnefeek pretty quick, and they've got to just get a bag of points on the table each week, because we saw in Tier 2 and Tier 3 that Ferrari are really strong in those tiers. So the overall constructors, depending on one, affect Kyle Jackson just to put points on the board, really, because it looks like Tier 2 and Tier 3 are strong there.
I was going to say, Cabno go with a bold statement. Smithy's saying Smithy's going to be top 5 from 17.
Well,
That's
I was about to say that.
that's
Connor
good.
Kingston, Zachary Smith, Mohammed Irfan, Jared Ellis, they are all quick within their own right. So for those 4, like, they're going to be coming through the field pretty quickly, I can imagine.
All right, well, they're coming around now. They're forming up. So let's
Exciting.
eventually jump back in there. Why? Kyle Jackson has left the session. I don't know what that's about. That's not ideal.
No.
Let's hope he can get back
Oh.
in.
No, the disqualifications will come through
yeah.
now as everyone misses their pit boxes. We'll get used to this.
It'll take people a couple of weeks to work out how to park up in a grid spot properly.
Jared Ellis doing some burnouts there for us. He heard us in these.
And he's missed the grid box by a mile.
Hey,
He's pointing
He's
towards
getting that. He's pointing that. That's allowed it. Look at it. It stayed
8,
there.
10, and we are underway. We've got a relatively good start
Ooh.
for everybody. Henry Washington looks like he's got a bit more down there.
A lot of wheel spin from both Alpines.
Those guys haven't had the best start, but in the turn one, looks like they can get 40th position.
Everyone making it through pretty cleanly by the look of that. Nice one. Oh, there's a boot.
Oh, there's a bit of a bump there. Teammates touching each other. Oh! And Fielders all over the place at the moment.
Sort it out. Cold tyres, boys. Just take it easy.
Everyone's still pointing the right way.
Oh dear. So many people taking opportunities to stick their nose up the
Jared
inside.
Ellis has gone from P19 to P13. He has had an absolutely rocket start in that pass.
He's on the mediums.
The other 3 back there haven't been able to really make any headway. With yellow flag.
We've had a spinner.
Jerry's around at the back.
Who's
He's still got the
on high?
graphic on the screen.
Oh yeah, you've still got the graphic up.
Oh my goodness. Sorry.
Thanks, Paige.
Sorry. Goodness me. That's disgraceful. All right, now we can actually watch what we're doing. My apologies. Thank you for that.
Alrighty. So, Alex has ended up dropping 7 spots on the first.
Oh, Jared.
Jared Ellis has had a moment. Alex Bowen has had a terrible start.
Yeah.
Neil Long's up 4, Tom Malone's up 3. Jared Ellis is now all the way back down to P16, so his hard work on that one has been undone.
We're going to get DRS next lap, which actually means the lap after.
Dropping down the order, so the Ferrari's had a bit of a moment somewhere.
Caleb's had a nice smooth start here. He's got Alex in front, who he knows is wounded. Might have a little look up the inside. Alex went to defend, but Caleb was already there. Ended up being a pretty severe send. Caleb not able to pull it up by the apex, which allows Kyle Jackson to sneak on through after rejoining the session late. Alex Bowen doing some nice defensive work down there, and Caleb coming off second best. So down to P12.
Would you mind pulling up the tyre data? I'd love to see who's on what. I've seen a few hards. Oh, and all of them are at
The guys
next
down
round.
the end have started on the hards.
And Jordan, actually, the furthest hard driver. Man, it's close. Look how close some of these guys
Then
are.
another yellow flag who's around there. Mohammed Irfan's around at the back.
Everyone's very close. The field not really spreading out much yet. Oh, this is brave.
Tell you what, he's done well.
Yeah, good driving
He's
by
got
both
move on
drivers.
there. That's a fantastic move.
Yeah, that's a pass where you need the person you're passing to cooperate. Well done by both drivers. Oh, that's a bit wide. That's just look how nose to tail those three cars are up ahead.
I don't know where to look at the moment. Everyone's having dives on each other.
This is where the DRS opens up. And as you said, this train here.
With the DRSs. Oh, big send by Carl. Oh, little touch.
With the apex there. He gets the move done though.
Is Alex sending it back? Oh, he had a look. Keeping the pressure on. Oh, that's a bit wide.
That's wide.
Looked like he didn't want to straddle that curb. He decided I'll get all the way off the curb rather than just try and hold it on it. Yeah, those mediums just have so much pace for those first 5 laps on them, don't they?
Tom Malone chasing Jeremy here. Oh, that's wide.
It definitely appears that the tier 1 guys are all happy. If they go wide, they go, okay, I'm getting right off this curb. They stop it
Don't
slower.
wanna straddle it.
Yeah. Which makes me think that they're all running the car as low as possible for the game to let them.
Yeah, that turn 11 corner is it's so hard to get a warning there, no matter how hard you abuse it. Turn 4 seems to be pretty strict. You asked before about strict corner settings. They are on strict, but some corners seem to be a little bit more generous than others. Turn 1 here can be pretty strict, and turn 4 is pretty strict. But that turn 11, that fast right-hander in the just before the end of the second sector, is you can abuse that as much as you like. Even in qualifying, we saw them going wide there. So, obviously, you don't want to abuse it too much, because if the stewards catch you doing it, if you get reported doing it, you still get in trouble. So they've got to be careful with it.
Mitch trying to chase down Neil here for P8. Yellow flag.
Yellow
Oh,
flag.
Oh, dead.
There's a lot of dead.
Dead, multiple dead people.
Malone, Denny Wong.
Safety car.
There's a safety car. Looks like Tom lost it on his
Careful,
own.
careful,
maybe
careful,
not
careful.
alone.
That's the way.
But the Haas driver couldn't avoid it, and I think Mitch ran up the back of Danil as well. Sort of interesting to see if there's any damage on Mitch's car.
So Tom Malone and Grid Jokes are your first 2 DNFs in Tier 1, and that is safety car number 1 at lap 5. So all those who voted for 3+, just licking their lips at this point. So anyone going into the pits would be my question. There's a couple that are dropping in there. Those medium runners getting on the hards nice and early. Oh, Mohammed grabs a drive-through for speeding under safety car. Obviously not keeping his eye on the Delta whatsoever, and now you can see him. He's doing a bit of a face palm there in the Red Bull.
Go do your drive-through, bud.
Can't do it under safety car.
Can't do it till safety car.
Not going to count.
Oh, no.
So unless he's pitting here to get on the mediums, which is not the ideal strategy considering he's already on the hards,
Yeah, so he's going to make a pit stop, then do
he's
a
going to go in
drive-through.
there. He's going to get on the mediums.
Soft?
Oh, softs.
Okay,
Is that softs? Is that what that looked like?
I reckon it is.
He has put softs on the
He
car.
has indeed. All right, well, we'll see how this plays out for him, but yeah, he's still got to do that drive-through.
He's
So
probably expecting another safety car.
Yeah. Interesting. Oh, dear.
So, who stopped, who didn't? Looked like quite a few cars
Quite a
stopped.
few did, yeah. It looks like yeah, wow.
5 haven't. Everyone else made that stop and put the hard tyre on.
Jaden is the furthest forward person that has.
Mitch Weatherburn did lose out some spots, so I dare say he probably did have to change his front wing.
The whole grid is thing. I actually think that people who started on the hards have had a big advantage here because they haven't had to come in, and they're probably set. Will the hard tyres go 30 laps? I guess they might, but surely they'll be struggling at the end.
Hard tyres will do 35 laps if you want them to, but yeah, the pace
Okay.
drop-off will be around about 25 to 30. But no, you're not wrong. They get to add an extra couple of laps worth of life into those hards. And then if there is a late safety car, absolute bonus. I'm surprised that Zekai, Dimitri and Jeremy didn't come in off those mediums and take that free pit stop, because those hards do last. So they've gone with an alternate strategy here. A lot of the medium runners, as we saw, pitted. Nathan Monk, Zachary Smith, Mitch Weatherburn, etc., etc. Those
It's
three.
always hard to if you're the one leading, because if you do and everyone else doesn't, you end up behind the whole field. But if you don't and everyone does, then you're the only one on old tyres. So it's really hard. But if you're, you know, 5th or 6th in the line and 3 cars jump off in front of you, you go, well, I'm doing it too then, because you're not going to lose that many positions, if that makes sense, or you're not going to be the odd one out. It happened. That was the example for Hamilton last year. He didn't want to go in and change if no one else was, because he might have slicks, but everyone's going to be in front of him. So does he want to do that? And then he went, everyone pitted, so I'm the only car going around.
Mohammed Afan has done his.
I think he's just tried to do his drive-through under the safety car and then realised that you cannot do that.
So that is 2 pit stops in the space of 2 laps for our man Mohammed Afan.
And once the safety car comes in, he will be doing a drive-through.
I don't know if he's got 2 sets of softs, but they're brand new softs again. Safety car is in this lap. So, unlucky for Mohammed.
I hope he doesn't pick this lap, because I believe...
Still doesn't count.
He cannot follow the safety car in. He has to do one more.
Please,
so
Mohammed, for the love of God, stay out.
Someone please tell him not to come in this lap.
I had this in ACC. In our warm-up lap, I parked on the edge of the tracks with one wheel just touching the edge, and it popped my left rear tyre. I couldn't pit because pit lane was closed on the starting lap, so I had to do 2 whole laps.
Stay out, stay out.
Oh,
no.
Not going to clear it. I don't believe it will clear it, but we are back under green flag at the front. Jordan's having a look at Jeremy here. Trying to switch back, just couldn't get the power down with those hards. They will still be pretty cold. The top 2 have caught Jeremy napping. They've pulled 2 seconds on him already. He hasn't had a good restart.
Jordan's had a ripping start. He's up 11 spots and challenging Jeremy, who hasn't pitted on those mediums yet. The hards will take a little while to warm up, but that's a great start from Jordan.
Drive-through did clear. So
did
his
it really?
drive-through is cleared.
Yeah, okay.
Nice one. Okay. All right. Well, lessons learned. Something new every day.
Oops, sector 2, yellow flag.
Jared Ellis is dead. That's another DNF.
There's not going to be a safety car because it will not come out straight after one.
Oh, surely it would if everyone was, say, stopped on the track or something.
Oh, yeah, probably.
Yeah, so he's obviously
he's hit that hard too.
he's overcorrected there and gone into the wall.
Very easy to be done.
Unfortunate. Both Haas drivers are out of tonight's race.
And they were looking pacey too in the qualifying, right? Is that right? They were further up the grid or not?
Danny definitely was. Grid Jokes had a great qualifying. Jared took the whole qualifying session to put one on the board, and I don't think it was anywhere inside the top 10.
What a disaster.
Actually, no, I think he started from the back because we watched him doing burnouts at the 4 Nation lap for us, so he started from the back of the field. So it's been a disappointing night for Jared. Raffley going very wide there at turn 1. Now going to have to battle Jerry all the way down into turn 2. Goes deep. Jerry's going to get him with the crossback, I would suggest.
Oh, dear.
Raffley consolidates, and Kyle says, thank you very much. So Jerry gets mugged in the space of that first sector. Down to P8 he goes. Alexis Bowen looking now.
Another yellow flag. We've had Connor. Yep.
Cars all over the place at the moment.
Yeah.
Smithy said top 5 for... Sorry, Ogold said top 5 for Smithy. He's up to P11, so that's a good start with only 9 laps down. He's on his way to that.
And he's right up behind Nathan as well. So this is a tight train of cars. Nose to tail. Give me flashbacks to watching the real life of... where was it? Silverstone when we saw 5 cars, nose to tail, all different manufacturers.
Yep. What an image that was. There was 5 cars in literally the same apex. They were all just vacating. It was great. It was great. It is testament to these new cars. They are really good at racing close.
Well, much better than they used to be. And the game feels that way too. It's very, very enjoyable being able to race other people this closely.
It looks like these hard tyres are up to temp now.
Oh, a little wiggle on the
Have
apex.
a moment there.
Yes.
10 laps down. Zekai, our pole sitter, still in P1. Dimitri
These
Forrester
medium runners.
holding tier 2, P2, and Jeremy Washington still up there in P3.
Tell you what, they are starting to gap the guys on the hard though, so there's still some life in those mediums.
And I assume they're going to want to extend that as long as they can, hoping for another safety car. Or else they're all going to end up quite a bit behind. I think you're quite right with the fact that, yes, it was early to pit, but all you've got to do is roll round and not lose 20 seconds.
You got this battle from P6 down here, and there's some pretty lively people in it, moving the cars around.
Here we go. We're going to see some passes here, surely. Gee, that's a fast McLaren in
The
front.
McLarens don't go that fast, come on.
He must be running a low wing setup. That's amazing how different the wing setups are. Oh, he moves across.
Kyle Jackson and
looking in the
Raffley
mirror.
again battling here into turn
Yeah.
2. Kyle Jackson coming off better that time. Raffley having to tuck in behind. And
The
back
DRS
here it looks
train
like Nathan Monks and Alex Bowen having a crack at each other. Alex Bowen getting it done up into turn 3. Nathan Monks down into P10. Smithy watching patiently. Looking on. And see you later, Nathan Monks. Bye you go. See you later. Bye.
Stage left from Nathan Monks there.
Doesn't look like it was a DNF. He has recovered himself. Connor coming up to him now. He's probably not going to have the pace to overtake him, but
Hit the wall.
oh, those tyres are cooked now though, so Connor won't be far away. Oh, Marmon's back here doing burnouts as well. Nathan probably looks like he's got all his wing in place. He looks alright. He'll be alright once he gets those tyres cooled down anyway.
Overheated parts.
So again, the front guys have all sort of spread out on the track. They're all 2 seconds apart, 1 second apart, 2 seconds apart. But then the gaggle of
boop.
cars. Oh, little touch! Oh,
Zachary Smith
is he going
giving
to
Alex Bowen a little bit of a punt there.
That's a bump
No,
pass,
he's not.
Zachary Smith. Alex
Yeah,
Bowen
he's
sends it
getting
down the inside, a bit of red mist there, but hey, does nice. Gets on the anchors and pulls it up. She's done well to hold on to P9 there. Nice work.
I think Zach let him pass her a bit. I don't think he fought
I
it
hope so.
hard.
Yeah, we don't want to see the bump pass. That was,
there and backed out of the throttle there.
yep. Love to see that.
And again, we're doing online racing. There might be a little bit of netcode or whatever, so it's not that he would have been deliberately doing that. He was just driving as close as he possibly could, and a little touch has happened sometimes. But I think they're gonna quickly catch back up to the guys in front again because they're not out of DRS range, but they're close to it. Oh, got another car off.
That
Oh, Connor again.
Unfortunately, he's not going to be liking those hard tyres anymore.
He's a reserve driver tonight, is Connor, as we said. Zekai Chu and Daniel Lambert are the Mercedes teammates, so Daniel Lambert not making it tonight. Connor Kingston's done a great job filling in for Daniel, but not sure how much of F1 2022 he's played because he seems to be struggling with those tyres. Connor down there in P15. As we watch.
Looks like
Jeez, that McLaren's got some pace to it.
he must be running lower wing.
Oh, that's deep.
Oh,
Oh, and then squiggly on the exit.
Mitch managed to hang on to it.
That's hurt him there.
Mitch has done well to defend that position. He broke deep into turn 1 with McLaren, as you said, very hot in a straight line apparently.
And, Jerry was putting the moves on Raffley up a little bit further.
Oh, that's not it. No, that ain't it.
No.
No, that's not it.
Oh,
That is done and done for those two.
they got hooked up on each other.
Yep,
'cause
so
that's-
that's going to throw them right to the back. That was not a place that you want to stick the nose of your car.
Yeah.
And they're still going at
Oh,
it.
and he's done again. Oh my god, these two.
The open wheel That's what happens when you go side by side, super close with open wheels. You can get away with it in car, but not in an open wheeler because you just hook up.
So Jerry and Raffley coming together there.
I'll get some damage on Rafferty's car there, I can imagine. Probably got a bit of a chunk missing out of his front wing.
Wouldn't be surprised if both of them have a little bit of damage.
By the way that car's steering, I
Yeah.
don't think have much front wing left.
Nathan's got to be patient here. I hope he realises that there is damage. He does. He does nicely. He waits for the open door and
Got a
he...
different wing, actually.
So now the couple of people that had the gap further up on the, what was it, the ones that hadn't hit it.
On the main straight. Jerry spun on the main straight.
Right. He has, yes.
Alex Bowen and Zachary Smith now battling. Alex has been in all sorts of battles tonight. She's been able to defend most of them, but Zachary Smith looks like he's got that one completed. So Alex P8, Zachary Smith now P7, and Zachary's teammate Jaden Chia will make an Alex sandwich. I've seen a couple of sandwiches tonight.
I was gonna say we're getting flashbacks to tier 2 here. An Alpine, a Alpine sandwich between
Two Astons.
three
Yeah.
Astons. And it was almost exactly the same position too, if I remember right. It was about mid-pack. They were the close ones.
Mitch Weatherburn's right on the back of Jaden Chia, though.
So Zekai hasn't been on camera all that much yet, but has had a really good start to this race. We are 15 laps down, and he has a 4-second gap back to Dimitri Forrester and Jeremy Washington, the other driver on the mediums. So those three will have to pit soon. We watched in Tier 2 the mediums start to drop off around about this stage, so we'll be expecting those guys to come into the pits shortly. Jordan Wong, as we said, having a great start to this race, is up P11. Up 11 spots, sorry, 2 P4. And one
But he
Feek
still has to pit though.
doing nicely, rounding out the top 5. But it is this train back here where these gaps refuse to stretch out. They are within each other's DRS.
Now the first of our top drivers. Zach Smith, the first of our top drivers? Or
I
Cole
believe.
Cole Jackson is effectively leading this race at the moment. And Zachary Smith. So Zachary Smith is effectively P2 after all these stops are made.
Yeah. That's insane. He would be wrapped with that after not up to standard qualifying from him, as he would probably say himself. He's a very quick boy.
Into the pits comes Zekai Chu.
It's a bit earlier than I thought it would be, but not wanting to stretch the stint too long.
Well, we saw a lot of spins in Tier 2 when they stretched the median too far.
Yeah, but that's going to drop him way down behind pretty much everyone that hasn't had an incident. Is behind them all, so he would effectively be
He's going to
last.
have to hope for a safety car because he's going to be P9 or something after these pit stops.
Yeah,
And the lead of the race, so staying out during that safety car has not paid off for him at the moment.
not at all. I feel stretching out those tyres might have been the only strategy and hoping for at least a virtual. But again, it's Tier 1. These guys are pretty good, as much as we've seen a few people have the stack. It's as we actually get a new fastest lap.
Yeah, Rafley Fidelia on 7-lap-old mediums has pulled out the fastest lap.
We've got our first 3 seconds.
First time penalty after 16 laps.
Nice work, Tier 1. Love that from you. A couple of DNFs, but some very high-quality driving, all within the limits.
Nice long train here.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the Alpines have got in regards to setup, because Jaden has enough battery and had the DRS open there. Didn't look like closed the gap to Alex much at all, so maybe the Alpine's running a lower wing type setup scenario. Alex looking pretty strong in P7, but has dropped off the back of Zachary Smith. So 6 and 7 for those guys. Kyle Jackson, as you said, basically provisionally in the lead due to the early safety car and starting on mediums. So medium hard, definitely the ideal strategy here.
Guys, at the top 4 will be praying for another safety car.
Oh,
Yellow
there's a
flag, is
spinner.
that around? Is that Alex Bowen?
Oh no.
Yes, Alex Bowen is around. Coming out of the chicane there, going again.
Oh,
That's
shit.
a shame.
That's disappointing. Looking really strong early on in this race, and about halfway through goes around. So we'll need to be very careful because we've seen already that once you spin these tyres, they get all sorts of loose. Alex does pretty well, really, to rescue that situation because she was on her way to the wall.
Dimitri Forrester's in the lane. He's had enough of those medium tyres.
Wonder if Alex pits here. Yeah.
Fastest lap of the race again by
Zekai on the fresh ones.
Mm. He's on charge now.
So Alex will be hoping for a safety car.
Mitch still troubling the back of Jaden Chia. On the same tyres. They're both 12 lap all hard, so
That's a good stop on.
Zekai's
That's
not that far
definitely not a
behind,
good call.
by the way. He's really not that far behind.
yeah, those gaps up the front, they're not long gaps, are they?
No. So he did do a good job after that safety car to really pump forwards, and now he's got a bit of pace on everyone.
But on a
Maybe
track
he can
where
pump it.
overtakes are a premium, there's not a lot of spots for them. And as we said, the DRS not particularly strong now. Nowhere near as strong as it was last season. We'd see all sorts of DRS overtakes last season. So there's still a fair chunk of work for Zekai to make up the spots all the way up to Kyle Jackson there in P4. But certainly not out of the question for the man who put it on pole.
I'm sure they're going to be looking to use some battery here.
There should be a move from Kyle Jackson on Lanifique here. The two Ferrari boys, one without DRS, one with. Should be pretty straightforward there from Kyle down the inside. Lanifique leaving that door open very nicely. Gets that one done. And then obviously Kyle has DRS to finish that move. Only the one detection point. Nice one from Kyle. Up into P3 he goes. Having a very strong race.
Well, Jeremy Washington's not going to want to stay out too much longer on these mediums.
No.
Expect to see him in the next couple of laps.
He's out here doing the bender strap. He's refusing to pit. He's up there in P1. Out of context success posting. That's what he wants. He's up there. Good work, Jezza. Oh, Nathan Monk's catching that little slide there around turn 5.
Fantastic save. That's definitely not the fastest line, but it worked.
It is a pretty brutal track on tyres, this one, because you go back-to-back corners. If you don't have your tyre pressure perfect, you have a bit of a slide, you've got to deal with it for the next few corners. As we've seen, they get hot, and we've had a number of moments. Jeremy, yes.
Zachary Smith pumping the battery down here and is looking like he's going to send it down the inside of Lanifique. Gets on the anchors, nice and tidy. Hits the apex, nicely done.
Very fun.
Lanifique coming back at him though. Around the outside, he's going to be forced to ask to go. No, that's not the way. There's no traction around there. So Zachary gets that one done.
Absolutely perfect. He's parked his car on the apex and said, no, you're going to have to wait now.
Jeremy's banged himself into the pits, so he'll come out on fresh hards for the last 15 laps. Lexus on softs with an 18.2. Going to start banging in some purple laps and see if she can recover some positions down there at P14 after that spin.
Actually, half a second behind Kyle. For some reason, I thought that gap was bigger. Did Kyle make a mistake?
No, I think Zach's just been chipping away at it each lap.
I mean, like we just watched him do a pass, so that's really good pace by him.
Yep, O'Gold called it.
Ooh.
He said he was in for a good result regardless of where he started, and that means that's last year's Tier 1 champion talking to you. Oh no, 2 seasons ago. Goodness me, time flies. O'Gold winning the Tier 1 championship 2 seasons ago.
Wedderburn
now.
had a
Rich's
game.
game has crashed.
Who's that?
Weatherburn.
Gold saying Mitch's game has crashed.
No. So is that AI driving then for Mitch Weatherburn?
Maybe.
Someone's had a spin. Sorry?
Someone's had a spin, but they seem to be
Oh, no.
alright.
No, Jordan coming into the pits there, I think. Although there was a yellow flag back there.
Connor
Neil
had a
Wong
spin.
has left.
Ah, okay, yeah, right, yeah. Not the first, potentially not the last for Connor. So now all these pit stops have sorted out. I think everyone's done one other than Marnefeek.
Fake.
Kyle Jackson leading the race, but he's got Smithy all over the back of him.
Oh, this is unbelievable. 17th to here. This is, I mean, the safety cars really helped him out, but this is crazy.
Definitely does look like Mitch's game has crashed because he is losing tenths to Zikaichu. So the AI is definitely driving that car.
What is the AI set to? For this one?
Usually somewhere around the 80-ish mark.
Yeah, 80, 85 I think it is, so not particularly quick.
I wonder if it is 80. Surely it's not that much slower.
Hopefully he can get back in because he was provisional P4.
Marnefeek's finally bitten the bullet and jumped in the pits, so that's our last pitter. 13 laps to go, everyone's done the mandatory. So as it shakes out, Kyle Jackson currently leading from Zachary Smith, half a second behind, and then a fair gap back to Jaden Shea. There's about 3 seconds between them. The Aston Martin boys currently 2-3, looking very nice. Caleb van der Eyden on debut here in OR up in P4. Zikai Chu, having started from pole, is in P5, but he's on nice fresh tyres and doing God's work. He's only half a second behind. So he'll be looking to get some moves done up here on Caleb, who is on 10-lap older hard tyres. Not that the life will be dropping out of those hards anytime soon, but Zikai clearly has the pace. He's just got to find a spot to do it safely. Mitch Weatherburn, as we said, with AI controlling the car, has Dimitri Forrester coming up behind him, so we'll see how that goes. I'll tell you what I've noticed that we don't have from last season. Yeah, they used to have name tags above the cars and you could see whether they were AI or not because they had a red X and whatnot. We don't have that anymore.
They're gone.
So I've only just noticed that. We don't have that. Interesting. I wonder if that's a setting that I haven't turned on or off, but I don't mind it. It's a little bit more immersive without those, I think.
Dimitri.
Forrester
Getting around.
Still the AI car on expecting from Mitch, so it should be a pretty easy car.
I don't know, man. The AI is so dicey.
Yeah. Hopefully it doesn't just turn into him. Well done. Mitch might have taken out. Yeah, this looks like a person. Oh,
No, I
maybe
don't know.
not.
I don't think so.
It's still the AI.
That was pretty janky. I think that was AI.
You'll watch Dimitri drive away, so it's still the AI.
Yeah, job's done.
Zachary 3/10 the back pile now. The front there. That's put him in a few more tenths. Starts to get scary when they get within this range because we're starting to look at their rest passes down the straight.
This is it. Yeah, he's very close now, as you said. Mitch just rejoining now, so he's not far away from recovering his car, but he's got Jeremy Washington only a second behind, so one hurry up. That'll be happening pretty shortly. Nathan Monk's also there, so Mitch is back in that car. This is going to be
He's won a walk by him.
It's done easy.
That's for your race lead, ladies and gentlemen. Zachary Smith
Got a
from
Ferrari round somewhere. So one of
miles
these-
back.
Ooh. So Zachary Smith is attempting to pretty much last the first challenge this race.
Yeah.
No gold for top 5. He was taking it easy.
He was being generous, wasn't he?
With the win.
Well, if that's any indication as to what we have in store this season, look out for the Aston Martin boys, because Jaden Shea is also doing very nice tonight. He's in P3, so Aston Martin looking very strong here in Tier 1. Mitch Weatherburn, I believe, is back in control of the car. So Jeremy ended up getting him.
Has Caleb pitted yet? Is that Is he the only one that hasn't pitted? Oh no, he has
No,
pitted.
everyone's
No?
top. He's having
Wow.
a great race up there in P5.
Fantastic, yeah.
Yeah, as I said, there's a couple of cars who really benefited from that safety car.
These guys choose back up in P4. He'll be looking to chase down Jaden Chia.
Only 5 seconds behind. Can he pull half a second a lap though? I don't know. Zach's a pretty good steerer. And he's got to pass 2 cars to get up back into the lead. I'm not sure that's going to happen.
We've got a hell of a battle here for about P7 down.
Surprised he didn't hang around the outside there, Jordan. He's left the space. Guess he didn't want to risk it. You always are risking it when you have the car on the outside. The guy on the inside might run wide and you might be going off the track.
Was a fairly deep send there from the AlphaTauri driver, and as you said, he may have hung around, but no, he chose not to. He just felt it in behind, and got the DRS open. And McLaren making a mistake up into the chicane's not ever going to be the place to do it. But I tell you what, Nathan's done pretty well to get out the way there. I think that could have been much worse than it was.
And he gets another spin up on the curb too. I think those tyres going to be hot now from a couple of little spin ups in a row. That just puts that extra 5 or 6 degrees in them, and then they go over temperature. Oh, we got a yellow flag.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got an Alpine off.
It's Jeremy Washington back there, who's had a bit of a whoopsie poopsie.
No, I wasn't him. Hopefully he didn't hit the wall. Looks like he's going around, so he probably didn't hit the wall. Zekai's caught up to Jaden.
This is definitely the better of the 2 rev bugs. Like if I had to choose between the 2 rev bugs, it'd be this one where they're just revving the tits out of the thing. It looks like they're pushing really hard. I prefer that one to the low chug one.
The one that seems like they're out of fuel.
Yeah. Oh, here we go.
No.
Oh, well done, John.
Thankfully he got out of that.
So Mitch wants this spot back. This is one of the spots he lost under AI. And he might just think he's got the pace on Jordan, who started down in P15. Mitch started in P8. So back where he started. I'll keep an eye on Zekai Chu as well, though, who has passed Jaden Chia. I think Jaden's in the wall. Oh, watch the rejoin. He's done well. He's been patient. Now he's going to have to cook the tyres to get it around.
Oh, that's unfortunate. For
Oh, and then reverses into the wall for good measure. This is painful to watch. This hurts for Jaden Chia, who was doing so well up there in the top 3.
He probably could have gone there, but he didn't want to risk accidentally getting in the way of someone. That's disappointing for him.
For everyone.
Yeah.
But it's disappointing from P3.
Oh, we got another off.
Oh, who's that?
We've got 2.
Alex Bowen in the pits.
Well, he was,
Yeah.
he was on the softs.
And
On the beach round again.
That'll be those softs being at 9 laps. Yeah, okay, so that's just a 3 stop or a 2 stop, I
Medium's
think.
on now. Why not
No,
go
softs
off
again. We'll go softs again. 7 laps.
Having some fun. Replace a front wing.
Oofed. Yeah,
That's why it's probably hit her on the way into the pits, I'd say. We got another. The Ferrari
He is having a shocker.
Oh no. The leaders are coming up on them too. Hopefully this won't cause any drama.
Yeah, Mohammed Farm going to get lapped while he's in the pits. That's okay.
Zachary's actually just driving away now. We've got another. Oh, what's happening? He's retired, has he?
Mohammed Farm has retired.
Retired in the pits, yeah, he's had enough. But, of course, Codemasters will give him a fresh set of tyres and they will send him out on track and he will do the first corner.
Again. Line is off on the outside there.
There is one. Wanafeek needs to get off those tyres. He's spinning left, right, and centre on them at the moment.
So Jaden's just got to be careful here because Mohammed Afan here is an AI driver. He's going to pull over to the left there. Oh, he didn't. Oh, my goodness. There he goes.
There it is.
So I think you get in trouble for retiring in the pits just quietly. I think that'll be a bit of a slapping
Yeah.
from Muhammad.
I think that 3 drivers, 1 in each tier, have done that tonight. I believe.
And
So-
yeah, it's for that exact reason, because it's always been the case that Codemasters will just give you a fresh set of tyres and send you back out and make you do the first sector and then retire against the wall for some reason. So because of that, we obviously ask drivers to complete the race, bite the bullet. If you're having a bad race, just complete it and do your best. That's what it's all about. So the stewards will have a little word to him on Tuesday night. Raffles. Sorry,
Yeah, I was
go
going to say that gap from Zekai to Zach is exactly the same as what it was. The Zekai's got through one car now. And that is, yeah, it's still at 5 seconds, and he's not going to catch. I don't think he's going to have to pull nearly a second a lap now to have a chance at winning the race from pole.
Yeah, I don't necessarily. I don't think it's Zekai being slow in race pace. I just think it's
No.
Zachary Smith having a very poor qualifying
Yeah.
and then demonstrating what he plans to do for the next 18 weeks, and that is
Another spin. Alex is
going
doing it.
Alex. No,
Not a bit of safety car. Or are we going to... Not even a virtual. That's
They've seen that.
surprising,
Wow.
considering the leaders are coming up to that car right now.
Probably dropped it on the curb.
Stewards just decided to run out and pick that car up.
Went back to the 70.
nice work from the marshals. Very sharp. Raffley's all over the back corner here. Raffley's had the pace tonight and has already shown willing to get the elbows out. A couple of collisions with a few drivers, I think. So Connor will just have to be careful. Although these 20-lap-old mediums, I'm not sure how much life they've got much. They got much going for them. They would be struggling. Oh, there's another dead car on the wall.
Lana Feet again. Lana Feet is struggling in the Ferrari tonight.
Oh my goodness gracious! Change of gear. That sounds horrible. So 5 laps to go. Zachary Smith has asserted his dominance here in Tier 1. He's come from absolutely nowhere to be in P1 at the moment with Kyle Jackson in P2. Connor's flat out of battery there, so Raffley's going to have a go around that side. Connor breaks pretty deep, but misses the apex, and Raffley crosses him over. Connor's going to have the inside line down into turn 2, but I think Raffley's got this one done. So nice work there from Raffley on those 20-lap-old mediums. Can Connor hang around and wait for that tyre advantage to really come into his advantage in the next 3 or 4 laps? He might just get him back. He is pressuring
All
in here.
over him.
Raffley going pretty
scary.
wide there. Turn 5.
I think he saw the nose coming and decided, I don't want to turn down on this in case he does put his nose here.
He's already had an incident there. He didn't want to repeat.
Yeah. That's just how it is. Unfortunately, if a car behind you just pokes the nose where they shouldn't really, if you close the door, you're still going to get spun round. So you've got to let
had
it
a
open.
moment or not, but Zekai Chu is only 8/10 off the back of him now, so he's closed in 3 seconds in the last couple of laps. So he'll be looking to have a move at Kyle Jackson if he can stay within DRS when they get round to the main straight again. And Caleb, on debut in Tier 1, is having a tremendous race in P4.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic updates. I think we've had a little bit of a mistake from Mitch again, because the 2 guys behind him have now gotten into DRS range. I don't think that was quite there before.
He's dropped 3.5 seconds off Jordan Wong, so must have had a moment somewhere.
It's a bit interesting because everyone's on pretty worn tyres that pitted early. They've done a lot of laps on these hards. Just remember we had that lap 5 safety car, the lap 6 safety car. Is that barrier doing the EQ thing that it does? I don't know if you noticed the inside barrier there flickering everywhere.
No, I've only ever seen that at Baku. I haven't seen it anywhere else. Is that I missed that?
I've had it happen to me at Baku and I touched it and it teleported me to the other side of the wall.
Which barrier was it? Up here somewhere?
On the right. Is that sticking up in the air? Or It looks like it's separated, but yes, I don't think it's flickering everywhere.
So around the next right hand, do you reckon?
Yeah, have a look to the right. I reckon there's a gap or it's sticking up the tie barrier on the right. Is that up in the air?
That green one there? No,
Yeah.
I'm not
That green one definitely looks like it is.
sure. Is it? Okay, all right.
It looks a
Whether
bit
that was
suspect.
supposed to be that way or not, yeah.
Yeah.
Jeremy
Physics is
Washington's
not
got
a
one done here on Nathan Monk, so he's moved up to P8. After starting from P6, he'll be mildly disappointed.
Alex is saying in chat that he got yeeted by that spasming tyre barricade.
Really?
Yeah.
Dramas. Well, I wonder if it's going to claim any more victims. So this one here on the right, the green. Oh, yeah, I can see it just sort of doing a bit of a... It's good doing. It's doing its own little version of porpoising.
And again, Zekai has gone past and is only 2.5 seconds behind Zach now.
2.5 laps to go.
Yeah.
That's just coming all up.
Wow.
Zekai's going to want to put the pressure on. I don't think he's going to make up 2.5 seconds.
And Kyle's really struggling on these tyres because he's dropped back 2 seconds already.
May have had himself a moment and now just struggling to lower the temps on those tyres.
This one has
Poor
another.
old Warnefeek, speaking of tyres, just can't get these ones cooled down. He's all over the place, the poor man. But hey, he's still on track. There's a bunch of DNFs out there and he's still carrying on. So good stuff up there. And P40, he will take points if he can crawl over the line.
Zekai is round.
No, it's Connor Kingston, I think.
Oh,
Scenes if it was Zekai. Scenes.
I just saw the Aston Martin in front.
Zekai is so pacey. Look at that. He's pulling him in.
3/10 of a second. Good luck to go.
If you can get within DRS range, got to get a second next lap. I think these hards have fallen off the cliff. Look at that. Another whole chunk here as he's burning the battery down the straight.
10 laps fresher hard. He's got no battery
Oh,
left.
that's hard to listen to.
He reeled him in a second in the last lap.
So, yeah, as you said, Justin, he's got to find sort of 8/10 in this lap alone, and then he can maybe have... Warnefeek's giving it up.
You put the mocker in.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, Juan. You nearly made it. I'll tell you what, these cars are coming up to, and the leaders are coming around the corner now. This is where Juan is dead somewhere. Oh, my God! Oh!
Oh, Zekai. Good. How he's managed to miss that Ferrari there.
Oh, my balls are in my mouth. Wowee, that was close.
Guys, like just said in chat, his tyres are at 70%. So,
Who's that, sorry?
Smithy's tyres are at
Smithy's tyres,
70%.
right, yes.
The Zekai, I don't think he's going to catch him enough after being
No.
blocked by that Ferrari.
He needs one more lap. That's what he needs. If he had one more lap, he'd be well within DLS range and he'd be looking for a pass.
Well, if Smithy's tyres are on 70%, they're the same age as Mitch Weatherburn's, so Mitch's will be screaming as well, and Jeremy's are only 14 laps old, so this might be the battle to watch over the last lap.
Dimitri's also right up Caleb now too, only 5/10 behind with the 10 laps fresher tyres.
He's got DRS open, not quite close enough there. He's got the second little burst of DRS here, and he's got the extra tyre life. Can he get it done down here on Caleb? I don't think so. But it is Jeremy down to turn one, hanging it around the outside on Mitch Weatherburn. Mitch defends the inside nicely.
Jeremy's going to have the inside to this corner though. He's going to keep his nose in there.
Well done. Oh, they're still
Gonna hang
fighting.
around the outside.
It's going to get hairy. Well done, both drivers.
Absolutely
They're not going to
clean.
back down though.
Get back out. No one's going to back out. Ooh.
They've done well. They've avoided each other. Zekai's under a second to Zachary Smith now, but without DRS, I don't see that getting done.
Oh, he's going to send it. Is he?
On the last
No.
lap, there's only a couple of corners to go. Zekai's going to get close, but one more lap and I think he would have had him.
Yeah.
That's a tremendous fight back from Zekai to get.
Oh, he's trying everything.
He's throwing everything at it, but assuming there's no calamitous errors here from Smithy, he has come from miles away to win this one.
Well done.
Zach Smith, P1. Zekai Chu from pole grabs P2. And it will be Kyle Jackson who comes home for Ferrari in P3. Dimitri Forrester's coming up close to Caleb. Not quite got the legs, so it is 4 for Caleb van der Reyden and 5th for Dimitri Forrester. Jeremy Washington on this last lap goes around and wangs it out wide, but not close enough. Mitch Weatherburn, P7. Jordan Wong, P6. And Jeremy Washington will have to satisfy himself with P8. Nathan Monks comes home in P9, and Jaden Chia, very disappointing night for Jaden, was on for what could have been P2 or P3, will come home in P10. Jerry Can, P11. Not bad, not bad. Connor Kingston
Raffley's pointing at the fence.
has gone past Raffley, who is parked.
He's decided enough is enough.
He's parked. I think he's run out of fuel. No, I don't know. Oh, disqualified. You can't park there, Raffley.
Parked in a dangerous location.
You can't park there, Raffley.
Connor Kingston will come across the line for P12.
So it will be Connor, who had himself a handful of spins as well, but it doesn't matter how many times you spin if you bring it home. So he'll grab some points from Mercedes. They'll be very happy with that.
Oh, thanks, yeah.
The reserve driver coming home in 12th. Not bad, not bad, not bad.
What a race. That was chaotic.
Mate,
One safety car, though.
that is Octane Online Racing for you. Don't worry about that. We've got 18 weeks of that in front of us. It's super spicy. I said, Tier 2's usually the spicier of the tiers, but Tier 1, very nice work from you boys.
Wish we had one more lap. One more lap to see if Zenkai
Yeah,
Tell me about it.
What a finish.
So that early pit stop was very, very...
But great job from Zachary Smith to come from P16 on the grid to win this race.
Yeah, the early safety car doing some nice favours there for Smithy. No goal cold that he said he'd come from nowhere, and he did. Didn't just finish in the top 5. He took the champagne and he sprayed it. He's number 1. Nice work, Smithy. Welcome back.
And we've just hit 5k subscribers on the Octane Online Racing
Have we?
page. Yes, we have.
There we go.
So well done, boys and girls. Thank you for smashing those follow buttons and subscribe buttons and all that sort of stuff.
A little bit
Don't
of
forget-
milestone there for Octane Online Racing. Hit the 5k. Let's go. Zachary Smith from 17th comes up and wins it. Zekai Chu from pole in P2. Kyle Jackson will be happy with P3 from P10. Caleb van der Reyden will also be very happy with P4 from P12. Dimitri Forrester hangs around in P5. Jordan Wong, P6. Mitch Weatherburn, Jeremy Washington, Nathan Monks, and Jaden Chia round out the top 10. Jerry Can and Connor Kingston were the last drivers to be classified. Wanafiq will still grab points because he DNF'd in the last 2 laps. Alex Bowen, Mohammed Afan, Jared Ellis, Danny Wong, Tom Malone, and Rafley Fidelia, unfortunately, will not grab any points tonight because they DNF'd or disqualified. How did Rafley get disqualified again?
Last lap.
That was, he was facing the, you can't park there, Rafley. Yeah.
Parked it up on the track.
And Connor gets the fastest lap.
Did he pinch it? He did. Nice one with a 17.2. That'd be the only driver who got into the 17. So nice little purple point there for Connor Kingston. They'd be pretty pleased with that. Nice work. Kitchen Chair Gaming doing it again. But indeed, that is the end of Octane Online Racing for another evening. That's Tier 1 done. This week we have a break in the Sprint Series. Wednesday night and Thursday night you can do whatever you wish, but it's probably going to be practice for Watkins Glen, which is coming up. The 10 hours of Watkins on this Saturday. And the rookies, of course, will still be running on Tuesday night. So if you need your ACCC fix, jump into the Discord, check out the streams channel, and a couple of those boys will post them in there, and you can have a bit of a view on Tuesday night. And the F1 series will be back, of course, next Sunday. Not entirely sure what we're doing in round 2. I'm not sure where we're going. Does anyone here know where we're going? Quick little thing. No, I haven't looked it up. Well, we'll have to look that up. That's in the Discord as well, of course. All the info is there. Jacob Weatherburn and Justin Tate, thank you very much for joining us tonight.
Thank you very much for having us.
Yep.
It's been some fantastic racing for round 1.
It was a good way to start the season, I think. And it's Triple J signing out, yeah?
Triple J signing out. Beautiful.
taking
Love
it.
that.
We're
And of
taking
course,
it.
to
That's
everyone in
fine.
chat as well, thank you very much for joining us. I think we're up to 260 viewers in the middle of Tier 3, so I'm not sure whether the YouTube algorithm lords were shining very brightly on us there for a small point. So good to have everyone. And we had a bunch of new subscribers as well, as pointed out by Justin. We've just hit 5,000, so that's nice. But until later on in the week, probably next Saturday has been the next time we'll see you, and next Sunday as well for the F1 series. Until then, this is Octane Online Racing. Have a good night.